The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
Apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It looks like there might not be any audio. How about now? Can we hear me on the stream, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, it is a beautiful Sunday. Church of the West. Brian Hollyhand featured story. Who the hell is Brilyn Hollyhand? Michigan church attack today. We'll talk about that. 275 FBI agents in the crowd on Patriots Day, and the ice killer, Joshua Jahn. Was he a furry? Go free lesson of the day. Cui Bono versus Cui Dolet. And from the glossary, white labeling, white pixelating, and white scapegoating. All of that and so much more. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. I am amazed by female intuition. My phone ran out of battery the other day, so I borrowed my friend's phone to call my wife and tell her I'd be late. She picked up the phone, and before I could say anything, I heard her say, "Yes, my insatiable stallion." How did she know it was me calling? Yeah, she's psychic, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, here in the once great state of Virginia. 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. Let me know that the audio is working properly. I deeply appreciate that. I'm guessing that it is. If it isn't, though, we will backtrack and we'll do it again because they can't stop us. It is literally a beautiful day here in service to white well-being. The sun is out. The sky is blue across the once great state of Virginia and Mordor on the Potomac. And isn't it lovely to be together? Great thumbnail, by the way, says Patty Nelson. Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Tell all of your friends to come over to Church of the West. And you're going to be here with your hierarch, Jason Guna, No White Guilt. And we will educate you and take you to the victory and beyond. I guess the audio is working. Nobody's complaining and saying that they can't hear me. If you would like to contact me over the course of this gathering, and we want you to do that because this is the Church of the West, you can tag me as No White Guilt across any of the numerous platforms that are up and running. Window open weather. Holy freaking crap is here. Yes, it's the weather going on, and we have some fall decorations are going up. As you can see, the corn is out. I have gotten the corn out because it's autumn, ladies and gentlemen. Tag me as No White Guilt across the numerous platforms that we are currently operating on. All of the monitors are up and running, and I can see you everywhere I look, including X here. Let folks know that we are live on X, and I'll be keeping my eye out for comments on X. I can put those right up on the screen. And we'll see what you have to say. If you would like to financially gift while we are here together, you can do so as well. And I would like you to do so. You can do so at Entropy, and also known as the Dude Bro Moment platform, up and running beautifully. Mwah! It is like a fine dish. It is a fine dish, a rare dish, but it's a fine dish. You can also financially gift me over at Subscribe Star. Monitors all the way around this way. And I'm keeping my eye on that while we are together. Also at the app that permits cash, I'll be keeping my eye at that while we are together. For all of those who are on the YouTube live chat, remember to switch it over to live chat from top chat because you don't want to miss any of the comments. And some of the comments will be censored on top chat. Switch it to live chat and your comments will be seen. Entropy over here in front of me, as I mentioned before. Also, you can financially gift over here on Premium Rumble and D Live, and not on Odyssey just yet. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab, and you'll see 5 cryptocurrency wallets. The way it works there is you'll send $1. I will acknowledge it the previous week or $1 worth, and then you can send whatever your actual gift is going to be. Maybe your actual gift is $1. That's wonderful, too. Thank you so much for that. There is also the snail mail address that you can reach out to me, and we've got some mail in the thaumatological mailbag that we're going to be reviewing a little bit later while we are together today. So make sure you head on over there, a snail mail address, and you can reach out to yours truly, and we can have a conversation that the old style. You can get on the Pony Express, and you can ride the Pony Express all the way over and deposit some mail into the box, and I will receive it. That I can promise you. Looking forward to the mail there. If you would like to gift the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com, you'll find the link over there at nowhiteguilt.org as well. It's a 501c3. It's the premier institution in service to white well-being, a white positive entity. If you would like those contributions to come to yours truly, you could just add my name. You could say Jason. You could say the Sunday Show guy. You could say whatever it is, Mr. Handsome. They'll understand that as well. And those dollars will expressly find their way to yours truly. You can look out into the description on YouTube and you will find numerous content creators that create clips of the work that we do here, and 99% of the music that we have on our gatherings on Sundays and Wednesdays at around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, are original. They are original. They are created by people in this community, some of whom are actual blockbuster, amazing musicians. And it is a stupendous thing to have so many talented people gather together in service to white well-being. Church of the West, the House of Swash, ladies and gentlemen. Entropy is indeed up and running as I take a look at that on the screen. So many wonderful things, challenging things, dire things to get to. But I want to say thank you to every single one of you for coming over today. I really appreciate when you all come over. It's good to see every one of you. A big salute, big salute to you all. And I want to mention, as we are rolling in here at the very beginning of our Church of the West on Sunday, our lesson of the day that we're going to be covering, I just want to mention it again because I want it to be in your mind as we are working our way through these stories and challenges to the white race today. Cui Bono. You all know what that means. It's Latin. So many folks who are feigning to be highly intelligent, they'll pop that one out, won't they? Cui Bono, and it's who benefits, but that of course is incorrect. Cui Dolet is what we prefer, and we'll be talking about that. Who is harmed? You know what's interesting is I had already decided that was going to be in the lesson for today, when yesterday I happened to hear a Mr. Hans over on the Shade Tree mentioning that very lesson from the Go Free Dialogic. Great minds think alike, my friends. White labeling, white pixelating, white scapegoating, all in the mind as we work through this material. Maybe you'll find tidbits that you'd like to share, and you can write them on down so that we can get to those tidbits. When you head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, you're going to find some miraculous things. I think I saw the great Fornull here. There's the great Brand Danger is in the house. One of Dean Danger of School of the West .world, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you check it out. Bio Spirit of the West, leader of the OT, pointing out that I got a haircut. Yes, indeed, a wonderful haircut. And very happy to have this haircut. It's the best haircut. It's one of the best, they say. All the people say it is the best haircut. And you can head on over to knowwhyguilt.org. You'll find creations, many wonderful creations by the great Fornull, a true champion in here on service to white well-being. A Go Free Chat GBT is over there. Video game is over there. Educational material is over there. Go over there, check it out. Click on a couple of the buttons. Fornull, I think, is in the live chat. He can help you, maybe guide you to some of these great resources. You'll also find links to the books that I have written and prepared for you, including the Go Free Dialogic. If you click on some of those, it'll take you over to Amazon. But if you'd like a signed version, you'll have to come directly to me at knowwhyguiltcollectibles.com. No White Guilt. Let me grab Mr. Moose over here. Mr. Moose is going to help us with some coffee. Delicious. There's the great Fornullers in the hall. First Last is here as well. Let's jump right into some unprepared news items, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we have another attack on the white race in the form of a church, a Mormon church in Michigan. And that is over at, what is the place? What was the name of it? Maybe obviously it'll be in the story. So let me just pull that up. And we'll see what we have going on. Police, 40-year-old man drove into Michigan church, opened fire, was shot dead by officers. Now, when they said drove into, he literally drove in to the church itself. Apparently, earlier today, during church services, hundreds of people in this large facility. A pickup truck, a 40-year-old anti-white garbage piloting a pickup truck, crashed it into this church, and officers, I just heard on the radio, found bombs inside the truck. We're waiting to see. Of course, all of this is subject to later reportage. Samuski is here. Good to see you. Helping Patty, saying tag Jason at No White Guilt so he can see your comment. Yeah, that's the only way to do it. Otherwise, it's gonna slide right on by because there's a conspiracy in printers and monitors to prevent me from being able to see. They've made everything blurry. They're trying to undermine No White Guilt. He drove in and he jumped out of the, of course, horrifying. All of the attendees today at church jumped out of this vehicle with a rifle and began shooting the parishioners I believe 10 were hit. One has already died, and several are in grave state at this very moment in the emergency room. The great Dallas Malloy is with us over here on Premium Rumble. So is Alien Exist. Great to see, and also Land of the Fae. Great to see you. He then, at some point, she then, are they saying it's for sure a guy? The information is, of course, on the identity of the shooter is being held close to the breast by law enforcement and the media. And maybe if you all, while we're together, are able to gather information on who this individual might be, and maybe it's beginning to spread even as I speak on X or elsewhere, but probably just X, let me know. I imagine it's because it's some kind of an anti-white. I imagine this is what we've seen. We've seen at least four that come to mind in the past month and a half, 2 months, of anti-white attacks on churches. And of course, this is an attack on Western kind. It is an attack on the white race and on the intersection of the anti-white terrorist life with the white race, with Western civilization. This is not, resist the urge. And I know a lot of our conservative brothers and sisters will have this urge to call it an attack on Christianity. It is an attack on the white race. Christianity is the religion of the white race. This will be an attack on, imagine if this were happening in an all-black area. Imagine if it were an all-black area and it was a 100% black church, and you started having this phenomenon of blacks going to church and murdering people in this terrorist fashion, the parishioners at the church. Of course, we would have to look into what blacks were being taught about the black race and what Christianity represented for and to the black race, not just Christianity itself. If it were a case where blacks, for example, were attacking churches, or Arabs, for example, were attacking churches, people might rightly, maybe more people would rightly see, but probably not, rightly see that this is an attack on the white race, an attack on our expression of religious faith in their communities where they can access us. But what would blacks have to learn about the black race if these blacks in this hypothetical believed Christianity to be a representation of their spirituality? They would have to believe that there's something wrong with themselves. They would have to believe that there's something wrong with the society that they create, and that the church, the spirituality, is one aspect of what they create in the world. That's what's happening when we see Christians being slaughtered, when we see churches being attacked. We are seeing the effects of anti-white terrorism, and we need to communicate this to our brothers and sisters. Indeed, that this is always an attack on the white race. Make no mistake, if the white race did not practice Christianity, there would be no attacks on Christianity. Relative to what they are today, there would be nothing like it whatsoever. If this were a relation, and it's a reason why we see Christianity belittled, besmirched, browbeaten, defamed in media, in entertainment media, in news media, at educational entities. This is why, because it's white. If they were all black, if they were all brown, if they were all yellow, if the white race didn't practice Christianity, Christianity would not be attacked in any of these institutions, just as are the rest of the expressions of these non-white races not attacked. So what you see in the real world is what you see in the fiction taught to these people by way of the entertainment, taught to the people in educational institutions. And so you have a bunch of people, currently they're saying one dead, the attacker, the anti-white terrorist, was shot dead by police officers. He or she set fire to the church. Mind you, think about this, for example, how dastardly, how evil, how maniacal, how pre-planned this was to murder in life, to ruin, to destroy an entire community of Western kind here in Michigan, and set fire to the building so that no one would be able to escape with their lives, so that all of the family members, all of the friends, all of the co-workers of this town would be affected. And you'll see if we have time to get to this Joshua Jahn, this was this anti-white bastard's intent when he was going out as a terrorist, an anti-white terrorist sniper shooting at ICE agents. Of course, objecting to removing the white erasure from America, from Western civilization. And he wanted to instill terror. That's what these people are actually after. Set the building on fire. The church is completely burnt to the ground. It's a husk of what it was. And they are now saying there might be many more dead in there. They won't know until they're able to stabilize what's left of the structure and get in there and look for the charred remains. This will not end until anti-whiteism is supplanted by white positivity, ladies and gentlemen. During a Sunday afternoon press conference, police said Michigan church attacker, he was a church attacker. He was a church. It's like when it's a van attack, when they slaughter whites, or it's a knife. It's not white people being killed. Let me go back to my point for a second here, because I got to say, as I'm watching this kind of thing unfold, if you had a tenth of the number of attacks on the religio expression of the white race, whether you're a Christian or not, this is the expression of the white race. I know we have a little tiny bit here and a little tiny bit there who worship differently, and we have some that don't worship at all. But Christianity is the expression of the white. And in my opinion, we need to go back to the Holy Bible, and it's been rewritten and to benefit. And it was rewritten just a couple generations ago to benefit Jews, and that's how it became Judeo-Christianity. We need to get into these passages and say, this does not comport with the biospirit of Western kind. Who made Western kind? God himself. So as we adjust any of the lines in the Bible, we are doing it with the hand, mouth, and tongue of God. That's what the white race has to do. We need to get on to that right away. There are a lot of people out there that are arguing, well, the Christianity undermines in this way, Christianity undermines in that way. And some people arguing, well, it was a psyop from the beginning. Well, all of that is negated when we get into the pages and change what has to be changed to make it comport with this creation of the Creator. Do I make myself clear? That is how we fix things. None of those words in that book were penned by God himself. They have all been penned by mortals. They have all been reviewed and edited by mortals, and we can do it again. And the way to get it right is to make it comport with our biospirit, because there's one thing that gave that to us, and that's God himself. End of that conversation when it comes to Christianity. But I got my point that I want to make about this is that if you had 1/10 of these attacks that we're seeing on Christian schools, on Christian daycares, on Christians of various denominations, on the Mormons, on the Baptists, on the Presbyterians, on the Catholics, we're seeing it across the board. If you were to have 1/10 of that on mosques, if you were to have 1/10 of that on synagogues, the whole country would come to a stop. The whole country, the entire Congress of the House and Senate of every single state in the Union, the federal government would immediately stop everything they're doing. They would lay it down and they would turn their attention. All of the media empires would all be talking about the atrocity, about the the cosmic level terrorism being inflicted on the poor Arab Muslims or the poor Jews, and how we all have to get involved, and how everybody's got to become, and how their lives are of infinite value, and something's got to be done right away about it. But when it comes to us, when it comes to our expression of religious faith and spirituality in the creator of this universe, in our lives as we live them, when it comes to us, it's just like, it's just the president. And I don't know if it's going to say in any of these articles. I saw on a post, I saw on Fox, he, of course, Truth Socialed over there on his platform that this appears to be another attack on the Christian faith. And we're going to have to wait and see. There would not be any. This appears to be if somebody drove a fucking truck full of explosives into a synagogue and began blowing the Jews away and then set the synagogue on fire. Even as I say these words, you know how sick this is? Do you know how fucking sick we are as a race? Even as I say these words, you know I'm right when I am about to say what I say. Even as I said those words, that what if this was happening to a synagogue and the Jews were all being gunned down? You felt like it was more of a loss, like lives of infinite value were killed. You felt that in your bones relative to the lives lost, the white Mormons' lives lost, didn't you? You know you did. You might as well admit you did. It's a sign of our victimization that our lives have been so dehumanized, so devalued to the world and expressly to ourselves that we see white people getting slaughtered and we're like, wow, that's bad. When we say, Jews drove a truck filled with bombs into a synagogue and mowed down a bunch of Jews with a rifle. You feel that differently. You're like, oh my God, that's extra bad. That's extra horrible. That's a sign of anti-whiteism. To deny that that's happening is to deny that you've been victimized. It's to deny that we have anyone out there that would harm us. We have been taught this from birth, from childhood, how important I remember when I was in elementary school and didn't have very many Jews in the school, but there were some. And so we had to get this lecture every single year on how important and special Jews are. Right around Christmas time, this is the lecture the teachers always had to give us. We're not even allowed to say Jesus Christ at school. We're not even allowed to bow down in prayer to Jesus Christ. And there's no cross in the public school in Northern Virginia. But we have to hear about how special Jews are. And white kids, I look around crying because they're not special. They're realizing I'm not special, becoming part of their, elementary school begins at kindergarten. You're 4 years old in kindergarten. You are absorbing this stuff as part of your identity. So yeah, just imagine for a second what Trump would be doing, what Johnson would be doing right now, what Smith would be doing, they all would be moving. They all would be breaking their own legs off, trying to jump in front of each other to talk about how war is going to be waged on everybody. What did the guy have that drove the truck into the? Oh, he had brown hair. Everybody with brown hair is going to die. Whose fault is that? Our fault. Time to take the hard pill, white race. Time to take responsibility. It's our fault that white lives don't matter. It's our fault that white people aren't moving from the poorest to the richest, from the most dullard to the most creative, to the best memory, to the best musicians, to the best thinkers. It's our fault. So it's time we get it right. It's time we change the path that we're on by changing the story we live our lives in. And we do that with the concepts that we use to understand the world in which we live. Michigan, a church attacker, anti-white terrorist, drove vehicle into church building, opened fire, was shot dead. During the broadcast, Fox News reported a second individual had died after the Grand Blaine? That doesn't sound like the right name for the town. Is it Blaine? Township church attack, bringing the total number of deceased innocents to 2 now. So apparently, I guess 2 of the 10 have now died. The shooter is down, and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blaine. Or no, is it Blanc? I'm sorry, it's a little blurry. So Blanc sounds right. During the press conference, Grand Blanc Township police indicated the attacker rammed the vehicle through the front door of the church, then got out of the vehicle and began shooting. A church service was taking place. And he shot kids. He shot white babies. White babies saw this. Our senior citizens were there. Our healthiest, most robust white men in their prime were there, suffering as a consequence of this. There were hundreds of people in the church. So there you have, here's a video of the church on fire, fully engulfed. What kind of accelerant did this anti-white terrorist use? Meanwhile, as churches are being attacked across the United States, we're watching, just like we're seeing in Europe, Islam build record number mosques everywhere. Philadelphia, we got a little clip, being taken over. They're bowing in the streets, and the meme is accurate. In the West, the Muslims are taking over. They're bowing and praying to Mecca in the parks, in the middle of the highways. They got out the other day on the New Jersey Turnpike, stopped traffic with their Lamborghinis and their $100,000 Audis and BMWs. And they stopped traffic to get on the ground and turn their asses or their faces, whichever one faces toward Mecca, turn their faces that direction and pray. And meanwhile, the meme is right. If you're a Christian, just look in Syria. If you're a Christian over in the Middle East, in some Muslim country, they're decapitating you. In Syria, they are, at least. In Israel, they're spitting on you. At least this is the reportage. I'm not personally there. You'll have to look into it for yourself. 10 people were injured in the shooting, and 2 now are deceased. The fire has been extinguished. The police believe they will find other victims in the area where the fire was most concentrated. Police made clear they fear that people were trapped by the flames and unable to exit the church. Yes, sick, sadistic. Now, when this SOB comes out, how many times do we have to have this happen? How many times? Look to Tennessee, for example. And you find in the journals, you find in the manifestos, all of this anti-whiteism, none of it's spoken about. Come on, Benny Johnson. Come on, these other conservative content creators. Do the right thing. Call it out for what it is. It's anti-whiteism. This is where their lives intersect. This is the white race's religion. Christianity is not under attack. The white race is. Here you have Kashan Patel tweeting, "We're tracking reports of the horrific shooting and fire at the LDS Church in Grand Blanc, Michigan. Agents are on the scene." I understand they said something like 200 agents to get reports from people. Grand Blanc Township Police indicated that their investigators, along with the FBI, will work to ascertain if there was any relationship between the shooter and the church. Well, the relationship is that it's an anti-white POS. And for the white people out there that want to say, I don't know how race has anything to do with that, I want you to kill your speed, because you are aids to our race. Arabs would have no problem pointing out if mosques were attacked with bombs, fire, and rifles. They would have no problems figuring out that the attack is on their people. Jews, no problem figuring it out. I mean, Jews have even had killings at synagogues or synagogue members, synagogue goers, and they immediately, all the press says, anti-Semitic attack, it's another and that's the go-to, because that's healthy. That's how we need to be. And then if it turns out later, like in some cases with Jews, it ends up, okay, well, it was actually a Jew that did it. Okay, well, then it wasn't an anti-Semitic attack, and it was a Jew that wasn't against Jews. It was a Jew that was killing his wife. It was a Jew that was killing the wife's boyfriend, like we had on the phone call at the opening of our gathering together. So it's actually, and then they drop it. But if it is in any way an attack on the expression of Jews, the history of Jews, the identity of Jews, the physical flesh of Jews, it's anti-Semitic. That's how it is for the white race. If it is an attack on our flesh, if it's an attack on our identity, if it's an attack on our history, if it's an attack on our manifestation of our norms, if it's an attack on any aspect of the white race, anything that we produce, our countries, it's anti-whiteism. Get it right. Or this is just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. More white babies dead because your ass is too concerned with some sort of bizarro world objectivity where if you don't acknowledge the white race and our role as victim in these attacks, you're somehow better. You're somehow more accurate. You're just a twit and a coward and a bitch. You get up today. You get up today on this glorious day in the once great state of Virginia across from Mordor on the Potomac. The sun is shining. What's the temperature? It is 75 Fahrenheit. Gorgeous outside. Everybody should be alive today. We should be holding Church of the West outside as the autumn leaves cast themselves off the trees. The trees prepare themselves for their winter slumber, and we should be enjoying God's creation. But you get up today and white people getting murdered again. White people getting murdered yet again. Grand Blanc Township, Mormon church shooting leaves 2 dead, 9 wounded, many more fearfully killed after gunman opens fire, burns down building. At least 2 people are dead, including children. Others wounded, including children. What did I say? Unbelievable. Mass shooting at Latter-day Saint Church, Grand Blanc Township, Michigan. Many more feared dead. Full death toll still unknown. Hundreds of worshipers, many trapped, cooked alive. Cooked alive. Imagine that happening to Jews or Arabs. It would be awful, obviously. I'm talking about, imagine the response. Imagine they would be taught, if it were Jews, they were holocausted. Well, white people were holocausted by an anti-white piece of shit today. Sources told the Post multiple improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were found. And this at a time that we're getting all of this news that while Biden was in office, while the anti-whites opened the border, and this is what open borders do for you, and just so remind all of your relatives that it's now assumed that hundreds or even thousands of terrorists entered the country, trained terrorists. Here's something I noticed the other day. An anti-white terrorist from the Middle East was arrested and charged as a member of Antifa. So what is their war for, or what is it against? It's against the white race. Cui Dolet. The guy is trained over in the Middle East somewhere for some Arab terrorist group, comes to the United States, sneaks in the United States to commit acts of terror for said group. But then he gets here and he's like, target's the same. I'll just be part of Antifa. I mean, we have been right. I have been right for 3 decades about this all along. Cui Dolet, motherfucker. Look at this. I want you to have a good look at that on the screen. That's white people, almost guaranteed, being incinerated alive. Not bodies dead lying on the ground. Maybe even children. And look at how this is being handled. Damn Fox News, Newsmax. They break in to tell you that this is happening, and then they go back to the regular news. If this were mosques, if this were synagogues, it would be wall to wall, nonstop. We would already hear from all of the family members. We would already hear what wonderful contributors to society the fallen were. Whose fault? Our fault. Our fault. Oh, here we have a name. Jacob Sanford. Is this the right name? Oh, this is saying the gunman is being ID'd as Thomas Sanford. Open fire on the members of the church. The gunman died in the shootout. Unbelievable. Churchgoers reportedly heard a loud bang as the attacker crashed his truck into the church. We at the thought, so all of this conversation, another important thing to point out, and tag me if you have any info or anything else you want to add. But another important thing to point out is you have this endless hand-wringing, and how can we stop these attacks on elementary schools, on high schools, on churches? How can we stop the white race being attacked in these places where we're going to be being educated or what have you? How do we stop it? Well, you have security guards. Okay, you have security. Oh, well, you allow everybody to be armed. Okay. Well, what happens when they drive their truck through the building? What happens then? Well, all of these Band-Aids. What happens when they bring bombs? What happens when they just bring a bunch of bombs and they walk up beside the church and they set the bomb up outside the church and set it off, killing everybody inside? Well, then, all of these Band-Aids are not going to remedy the problem. You have to address the anti-whiteism. This guy was Jake Sanford. He goes by Jake. And he's an anti-white piece of shit. He had a Stop Trump sign. So he was just another, and it looks like a fat, goofy bitch. Can you DM that to me? Rapunzel. An anti-white piece of shit. And he's white. And he's white. A white, anti-white piece of shit. Been right all along. Been right all along. You cowardly curs in the white sympathetic sphere. I've been right all along. Unbelievable. Absolutely sickening. The great Sloths here says, is the best at thinking before speaking, not self-censoring, such as about those needing to kill their speed. Precisely. Arden White is here. Looking for tags. I shared your channel. Shelly says, good to see you, Shelly. I shared your channel on X and Truth. Tell it like it is, my beautiful white brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Epic swashing. Share, repost, tweet. Thank you to the great Dean Danger sharing links here. The Westman is with us, says hello. I think I saw Yiz, Cockatoo, Hyperborean Dream, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Good to see everybody. JKD, they just released news that the president of the LDS Church died at 101. From the news, I wouldn't be surprised. So let's have a look at really quick, and then we'll keep moving. Let's have a look at this anti-white fat ass loser. Take a look at this fat ass loser. Take a look at the face of anti-white terrorism. All the anti-non-white people out there. We have this all the time. Over my entire tenure in the white sympathetic sphere, constantly anti-white white people. And they always want to push it off onto someone else. They always want to say, oh, crypto Jew. They always want to say one of these other, always working for somebody else. Or it's, no, this is anti-whiteism practiced by anyone. And the biggest problem are the white anti-whites because they're in our midst. Look at this piece of I hope this guy is roasting in hell. The problem is with that is that we don't get to inflict that injury. God judges the immortal soul. We leave that up to God. We can do whatever we want with the flesh. We can do whatever we want with the flesh. This is the moray of the white race. Absolutely sickening. Well, if there's any more developing news, let me know. Biospirit of the West says, nutcase eyes. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this is a great example. Why was there a deinstitutionalized, two deinstitutionalization movements for the mentally ill? Anti-whiteism. White erased our norm of locking crazy people up so that maybe they could be cured. And if not, they couldn't get near people to hurt them. So those determined to be criminally insane, dangerous to the public, dangerous to themselves, our norm was to put them in institutions. That was good. That was moral. That was ours. And because we disavowed what is ours, especially through so many of the conservatives, disavowing what's ours, we were able to be talked out of it. Don't come to me and tell me, oh, well, this group came over and they pushed it on us. How these anti-non-white losers, I want you to really think about this. The anti-non-white losers will tell you, I'm not going to talk about the victimization of our race of white people because that makes us look weak. Okay, well, right, just to pause you right there. That means you are a coward. That means you're not going to stand up for all the members of our race that are being victimized. You're not going to speak about their victimization because you have a delusion, not even a delusion. You know the truth. You are just so afraid of the world realizing how easy it is to actually victimize you that you're going to lie, you're going to bluff, you're going to puff your chest out, you're going to front on everybody because you're that insecure. You're an insecure coward to not speak the truth about our victimization. But they've said to me for decades, I'm not going to, that's a weak, we need to present strength. You can't talk about our victimization. And then these same fucking vegetables turn right around and say, the Jews did this to us. The Jews did that to us. The Jews forced us to do this. The Jews forced this guy. Hey, dipshits. That's talking about being victimized. That's talking about being upped. That's talking about being bettered. You guys are so fucking stupid and you don't know your superior when he's right in your midst. The Jews tricked us again. The Jews beat us again. The Jews, unbelievable. But don't talk about how how our young are victimized by anti-whiteism. Shut up. Yeah, so many of the white race are so brain dead. Their minds are so broken, just like this clown. And they come to me and they come to the leaders in this community and they think they're going to tell us the way it is. That's how broke their brains are. Maybe a bunch of these types need to also be institutionalized. When we recapture our destiny, if I have anything to do with it, I'll make sure we institutionalize all these anti-non-white white people who came to us and said, no, you're so wrong. I'm going to hold you down. Well, I'm going to make sure you're held down. Really tight jackets, bitch. God, don't talk about how don't talk about us being victimized. That projects that weakness. Oh, yeah. Oh, the Jews, they undermine us everywhere. They beat us everywhere. They force us to do everywhere. Just absolutely kill your speed. Absolutely where we are today. Let me know if anything else comes up as a consequence of this. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and get to our quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen. It's the only way to get it started.
This is your wake-up call. The British government is pushing forward with plans for a national digital ID system. They've called it the Brit card. And if that name doesn't send a chill down your spine, you have not been paying attention. It isn't just about proving who you are online. That all sounds rather lovely. This is about building a centralized, state-controlled digital identity system that could be used, will be used, to link your finances, your medical history,
unbelievable,
your travel movements, your social media activity, even your social activity in real life, and more.
And of course, it goes on to linking your income and your bank to this digital ID. This is what anti-whiteism is doing to us. The exact opposite of our norm of liberty and freedom. You want to beat this? You got to stop talking about Agenda 2030. I listened to Agenda 2020 for 20 years. For 20 years. And it came and went, and none of that ignorant ass shit ever came to fruition. And now I got to hear these flipping tards out there. Agenda 2030. Address anti-whiteism, fix the problem.
So we've been working really hard to get the House back to the regular appropriations order, and we've achieved that. In the House, in a bipartisan fashion, they passed all 12 appropriations bills through the committee, 3 of them off the floor. The Senate passed 3 bills. Remember the old videos on Sunday?
All right, to jump to the end, House Speaker Mike Johnson reveals that Chuck Schumer and the rest of the Democrats in Congress are demanding free health care for illegal aliens, $500 million for NPR, and $1.5 trillion spending increase in exchange for averting a government shutdown. So the part that really gets me, of course, is you better pay for give free health care. That's the part that really, because nothing's free, we're paying for it. But of course, you need to look into all this news yourself. I'm just bringing to you what others are reporting. Serena Williams gets triggered by a cotton plant decoration in her 5-star New York hotel.
So actually, it feels like nail polish.
So here's the thing. Was I right in back when I was 12 years old in junior high school, and I said to my peers, we're in a story. This anti-white narrative, it's a story. We're the villains now. The kids in this school before us, the white kids, we're the villains. The white kids after us will still be the villains in this story. It never ends. Here you have this black female, this hideous, man-like, brutish black female who has been made a multi-millionaire by white people, playing a game that white people created for white fans, for sponsorship, for sponsors that are being funded by white dollars. She's a multi-millionaire, super famous, co-opting white hair in this process, supplanting effectively the white race. Being able to go to 5-star, I've been able to walk by such hotels, living a life that the vast majority of the white population cannot even fathom. Fabulous cars, fabulous vacations to unimaginable, beautiful places on planet Earth, enjoying all of the pay and praise. And she's still the victim of the anti-white narrative. She was still just got out of bondage. The plant is beautiful. Shut your black ass up. It has nothing to do with you. It's an attractive plant in a hallway. But it doesn't end, folks. You are always, and who's she talking about when she sees the cotton? Who's the villain? The white race. There's no getting around this. She's not thinking about Jews being the slave masters. She's not thinking about Arabs being, or other blacks being the slave masters. You can go ahead and look that up you want. If there were black slave masters specifically in the United States. In fact, look up the number one female owned the largest number of slaves in Louisiana. And you're going to find somebody a little bit more of the tone of Serena here. Go ahead and look them up. But no, when she pulls cotton off and she's like, I feel this makes me feel uncomfortable, she means you are the villain, white person. Unbelievable. Sickening. Take a look at this. Christian Mingle. Look at what Christian Mingle pushes. Isn't that nice? Biological white erasure. Should be illegal to push such filth. My entire life, always non-white males with white females. Take a look at what white losers that have money are spending their money on. No, unlike Jews or unlike blacks who are actually good people for their race, who actually give money to the welfare of their people, especially a percentage of Jewish people that do that. Look at what the white race who has money, what they spend their money on.
This is probably one of the coolest things you ever see. There is a builder here in Texas that is building houses with bunkers already in them.
Hang on, Maria. No, this is the kind of thing that infuriates the living hell out of me. White people with you need to have millions of dollars to buy a house like this. Millions. And instead of cutting checks to address the victimization of Western kind and being a people, they'll buy homes, they'll cut checks, they'll go get that cashier check for homes in the millions of dollars for something completely useless. You're going to have a bunker? You mean a mausoleum, bitch? You dickless, small-dicked, white little dick loser. Well, what I got here, you got to just come on over to my place because I'm ready for the apocalypse. Just come on down. I'm ready for the apocalypse. I got me a side-by-side out here. We can head on out. We can take a look. I bought 5,000 acres. So I got it all to myself during the apocalypse. And they went and built me this $2 million bunker in my house. And it's the coolest thing because it's never going to get used. But I got it stocked full of toilet paper. Did I tell you all that story? If you're new, maybe you don't know. Many years ago, when I was first getting into this, I met all types in the white sympathetic sphere, including guys that built bunkers. Guys that built bunkers that were stocked full of toilet paper that they had to start using because it was disintegrating in the bunker. Totally useless. No bunker is ever going to say, if you're a white person thinking, I need a bunker. And here I'm not talking about a safe room. Here I'm not talking about maybe you live in a place, especially in our countries that are severely white erased, our cities that are severely white erased. And if there's a home invasion, you need a room that you can get into that they can't get in. That's different. A bunker is the notion that you're going to survive for some protracted period and then come out and start all over again. There ain't no coming out and starting over unless guys like me show up and we knock on the outside and we tell you it's safe to come out, bitch. Take a look at this.
This one already has its batteries and solar panels, but down these stairs is one of the coolest bunkers you'll ever see.
It's one of the coolest bunkers. Hey, have you seen my new cowboy hat? It's a 50-gallon. It's a 50-gallon cowboy hat. Just take a look at it. It's got a bunker of its own. I had $1 million bunker built from my 50-gallon cowboy hat.
See, it's 1,000 square foot movie theater, single bedroom, bathroom.
Look at the blast door.
Kitchen. Of course, it's got my blast door there, a blast door there,
a decontamination shower.
Shower.
Jews are not this dumb. Only white people. White people build useless castles. When long after castles were no longer useful in the defense of our people, they still build castles. Jews address the conversation.
But when you walk in the bunker, look at this. It's a movie theater with 9-foot ceilings.
We can come down here and watch a movie about an apocalypse.
It's got its own secret gun shelf in there. It's got the escape door, the movie theater. Check all this out. Beautiful kitchen.
Look at that. $2 million. Kill your speed. While this is happening in the real world, while this is happening, while this is happening, that guy builds bunkers.
I'm not standing before you today.
Soros-backed Florida State Attorney Monique Laurel, she says that pleasuring yourself, masturbating in front of children is not illegal.
Telling you that what happened in that park was wrong. But I am standing before you today telling you that I trust the word of the attorney who was assigned to this case when he said...
So all these blacks, anti-white blacks, came out and said, well, it might be wrong to masturbate in front of children at the park, but our close reading of the law says that that's not illegal. I'm afraid it is illegal, and you should go to prison. How about this? You have the this.
She's knocked to the ground.
You have this black, this basketball Americans' children are out running out onto the court and disrupting the basketball. So the principal, this white woman, says, "Hey, can you keep your kids off the court?" And of course, she's like, "F your norms, F your white norms," and then goes ahead and punches the white principal in the face. Take a look at this. When you meet in person for the first date, and she forgot to bring the Snapchat filter.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world, like in plastic.
Oh my God. Oh, well, we are being murdered in our churches. The Muslims in Philadelphia have taken over. There are now 82 mosques in Philadelphia. What a wonderful thing. 3 new mosques on average are being built every single year. Yeah, that's what the West is supposed to sound like. When your wife explains all the drama at work, and it definitely sounds like she's the problem, but you've got to be supportive. When we had my son evaluated for autism in the Twin Cities in 2018, I noticed a statistical overabundance of Somalis in the psychologist's waiting room. Over the next 2 years, when we took him to speech and occupational therapy, I regularly noticed there were always Somalis with children there. 1 in 61 people in Minnesota are Somali, but in anything related to autism, you would believe that they were 1 in 5. Something felt very off. It was very off. It was a scam, apparently, according to the government. Check out the news there in Minnesota. The Somalis figured out, according to the government, not to me, look at the news yourself, that you can get a lot more money from the taxpayers for a child that is on the spectrum than one that isn't. Here you have, I have no idea why X is reloading every goddamn page. I'm looking forward to working. Senator Eric Schmidt, we were just celebrating him last week. looking forward to working with USCIS and the rest of the Trump administration to fix this. This is, we can see, we can open up his document here about, where are my glasses? H-1B visa staffs. This is what it's about. The companies that are applying for the majority, according to the senator, of these H-1Bs are not bringing them in to work in tech. No, the majority is coming in to work the anti-white offices, whether they're going to be called DEI or whatever else. Wonder how you'll get treated by them. Not only are they anti-white, but they are foreign. Wonder how the white race will get treated by them. How about this black woman here in this video saying she doesn't give a shit about Irina Zaruska because that woman is white. Why would she care about her?
Check out this insanity right here. West Springfield High School in Fairfax County, Virginia, just outside of DC, started allowing a 10th grade boy who identifies as a girl to use the girls' locker room. Now, apparently this boy uses the girls' locker room and watches girls get undressed, but he also uses the boys' bathroom elsewhere in the building, so make of that what you will. Don't think we're dealing with rocket science here. But it made some of the freshman girls uncomfortable because what 13-year-old girl wouldn't want to get undressed in front of a boy she doesn't know? And so they complained to a teacher who told them there was nothing that she could do. And then one of them told her mom, who took it to school administrators. And this is what they told these girls. If you don't want to get undressed in front of a boy, just get dressed faster. They told them to change quicker to accommodate the boy who needed to come into their locker room and get dressed for gym.
I mean, how much worse does it have to get before the white race abandons all of the current and old vehicles, ideologies, etc.? I mean, here we are at the point. This is in Northern Virginia, where I am, where they tell the little girls, hey, if you got a problem with a boy watching you change your clothing, then you should just do it faster. Here we have a white female at one of this anti-whiteism is a religion. It is an absolute religion. She shows up, he drops manacles on her wrists, and she begins to cry and talk about how evil the white race is. Folks, it is a narrative that doesn't die unless we kill it. This is what it does. This is the absolute corrosive effect on the mind of white. No other race is suffering this. No other race has ever suffered this. Don't talk about the extermination of the white. Don't say the white race is being genocided, white genocide, as a total asinine concept. Look at this victimization right now. Look at what we're suffering right now. This is everywhere. Here you have a Christian resident of Dearborn, a minister, being told he doesn't belong by the Muslim mayor there. You don't belong here. If you don't want to listen to our 5 times a day prayers starting at 5 a.m., blasting over the city, if you don't want to be subject to our Sharia norms, if you don't like that, then you're not welcome in America, by the way, folks, in America. Check it out. See if I'm reflecting what he said correctly or not. Maybe it's my opinion. Here you have a guy who's a comedian who makes songs. And in this case, there were a bunch of women who don't know how to spell cologne, but they're talking about the guy's cologne.
When you hug a guy and you smell his calling. When you can still smell his calling on your pillows even though he's not there. I love when I can smell a guy's calling as he walks by. When you hug a boy and you smell like he's calling. I smell like he's calling.
Oh my God. Oh, guys, our young being this in Germany, I think it is. Here comes we're not going to watch it. Martin Sellner tweeting about here comes a white handsome young white guy walking up, and the Arab Muslims there in this video beating the ever-living piss out of him and recording it, happening all over Western civilization. Maybe it's just my opinion. Check it out for yourself. We're not going to watch it. How about this one? The empowerment of women run amok. And now, of course, we watch them raping children left and right. More victims coming forward of this anti-white pig. And I tell you, she's built like a pig. This anti-white pig right here, raping all of those children. She is a pedophile rapist, and she should be dealt with in the most severe way imaginable. Only talk to like 5 people every day, and 3 of them are me. First ever arrest of a Antifa being charged with terrorism in the United States. Right here. There she is. Go on, bitch. We like to see it. Here you have some imams and talking about how just openly, this is not a concealed camera or anything. This is them just openly saying that if a 9-year-old girl can get pregnant, then she's a full-grown woman. And she's not a child. She's not pedophilia. It's just that she's... So here they are. This is them saying it. I don't want to play it. It's disgusting. But that's just them saying it. Check it out for yourself to make sure I'm accurate. Maybe these imams don't know what they're talking about. Maybe they don't. Maybe all imams don't feel this way. But these imams, they seem to feel this way. Here you had these 2 sisters who destroyed one of the Charlie Kirk memorials. Of course, you know that they were arrested after this and lost their jobs. They put up a GoFundMe, and days ago, they already raised $20,000 from fellow anti-whites. These 2 nobodies, they're nothing. So let's not get into a battle of let's give money, because how has that worked out for us? The anti-whites have infinitely more dollars. And it's happened. And how many people have been richly rewarded for being, quote unquote, right wing? Next to 0. But if you are an anti-white, everybody can get wealthy. You're not going to win at that game. Here we have another woman complaining about those imams and the prayers in Islamic prayers.
Morning with the call to prayer.
This is Dearborn resident Andrea Unger at last night's city council meeting stating that mosques using outdoor loudspeakers for their call to prayer should not be allowed, and says she believes it's not supposed to be allowed per city ordinance.
The noise complaints have been made out and the police have made numerous visits.
All right, it's not even allowed by way of our Constitution. You cannot have a state religion. And that, in my opinion, is state religion. If you are blasting a prayer, everybody is subject to it. That therefore, and the state is behind it, the state's permitting it, that's state religion. So my reading of the Constitution, not permitted. But yeah, there are other laws that prohibit it. And let me just make sure that for the ear is against the door. I'm sure not all imams and Muslims are for impregnating 9-year-olds. I'm sure they're not all for imposing Sharia law on us. I'm sure they're not all for forcing us to hear their hideous, garbled, ugly-ass prayers. I think what needs to happen is the white race, we become a people, and then let's make sure that so many church bells ring at the time that those prayers go out that nobody can hear that filth. And of course, this is 5 a.m. in Dearborn, Michigan. Do you remember when you used to think about Michigan and you thought about blue-collar workers and you thought about factories and like the machinery, part of the machinery of the white race? Well, not anymore in this country. Next to last we have here. They think it's funny when white people are slaughtered. This tweeter writes, North Carolina governor is refusing to sign Irina's law. How do you like that? The anti-white Jew, who is the governor in North Carolina, has decided he won't sign Irina's law that would, we read about last week, address bail reform, not allow animals back out onto the streets to murder again. Nope, he's going to get in the way of that. We're having some good white erasure go on. Why would he interrupt that? And finally, we have this. The girlfriend says, not tonight, I'm tired. Side chick response. Side chick to the rescue. All right, let's rock and roll.
They say we need a hero riding tall through the dust, but he's already here, standing strong with us. Jason's a name, and he won't bow down. He cares for our folk when the world turns round. No white guilt, he sings it plain. He don't play their villain in their crooked playing. Loves his banner, not spite or shame. No white guilt, Jason's a name. They tried to shun him, say he's out of line, but he's steady in the truth, and the man won't hide. Not about hating, it's about what's ours, holding on to kinfolk through the midnight hours. No white guilt, he sings it plain. He don't play their villain in their crooked playing. Loves his banner, not spite or shame. No white guilt, Jason's the name. Most don't know it yet, but the word's gonna spread. There's a way to walk tall with hope instead. If you're tired of the weight they're strapping on you, take a lesson from the man, let your spirit shine through. No white guilt, he sings it plain. He don't play their villain in their crooked playing. Loves his banner, not spite or shame. No white guilt, Jason's a name. Yeah, the hero's here, don't you forget. Most just don't know it yet.
Let's give a big salute to the great Anglo-Saxon NWG. What an absolutely beautiful piece. Really hit me in the heart. Thank you so much, brother. God bless you. Stand shoulder to shoulder with you every day of the week in service to white well-being. Thank you so much for that. The great Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back to our items that we have to cover here today. You know, the first thing I wanted to jump in and have a look at is our friend Martinez Clips had this sagacious post about Lil Nicky. And I just wanted to give this guy some salutes. I think he really gets it right here. Talking about Fuentes. He says, it took Fuentes over 3 years of experimenting with this cringe third world pro-Islamic alliance to finally come to the realization that it's junk. He preached hostile anti-American rhetoric to court these seething third world Muslims and said our salvation lies in the East. He only disavowed it when they turned on him for not blaming Israel for the Kirk murder right away. He may change his tune on that, but that is what he did. So only when the low IQ brown conspirators, writes Martinez, that he cultivated as an audience go at him personally, does he shift his stance. It's all personal ego driven. This is not a serious person, but a narcissist addicted to internet clout. Perfectly said. You summed him right up. Big salutes to our good friend Martinez Clips. I want to share my views here on, and we're going to get into this Brilyn Hollyhand. Have you heard of this guy? The new conservative salvation. No interest whatsoever in the well-being of white people. Oh, but he's got a lot of interest in the well-being of Jews. Wouldn't you know it? So we'll get into that in just a moment. I'm going to share my views on the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Just a couple of thoughts about it now that we've had some time away from it, because there are some things about it, and in fact, some things, honestly, about Erica that I just find to be off, that don't feel normal. And I'm not saying that there's some kind of a bizarre conspiracy. I'm not one of the conspiracy tards that our good friend was talking about there. But I just wanted to give a couple thoughts on it. First, I'm going to take a look at the things that you all are writing over here and on Twitter. And let's see, do we have that? Yes, we do. Triple A is here. It says 07, big 07 to you. Good to see you also giving hundreds. We have a Ranjit reposted the stream. Thank you so much for that. Winged Productions is with us. Great to see you, brother. The great Slotzian reposting the stream. Thank you so much. Good to see Robert with us and Samuski over here, keeping my eyes open for comments on the live chat here on X. We have Henry over here saying, what were you saying about the motivation behind anti-whites? Can I touch this? Let's see. What were you saying about the anti-whites being brainwashed and being a coward who understands the reality of our situation and being scared to act? Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like I caught some of Davies' comment there. So let's, what were you saying about the motivation behind anti-white attacks? It's like the one outlet they have to take out their insecurities or something and feel bold that this behavior is allowed. Could you specify, brother? Tag me again and clear up your question a little bit, because I want to speak directly to it and not wander around. Maybe getting to what you're asking, maybe not. Positivity is with us, by God. We'll have our home again. Helios Abbott is here. Corey is in the house. Good to see you, brother. The real GW is here. Hello. Holy freaking crap. Junior is here. Junior's son. Dennis is here. Goofus is here. Looking for tags right now. When we're talking about the only word I think from your question, Henry, the insecurities, is that there are, if this is what you're asking, there are a lot of white guys in the white sympathetic sphere who do not want to talk about our victimization because they are inherently insecure and they have things to be insecure about. Let me tell you, They are inherently insecure. So they always want to bluff courage and strength and courage and strength. You can never be victimized. Your people can never be victimized. And then at the same time, so when I talk about how we have to talk about our victimization, it's the only moral thing to do. You're a coward if you don't. Because if you don't talk about our victimization, you're not stepping up in front of those of our people who are being victimized. So that's what I would say to these people, and it would shut them right up. So the point I was making earlier, though, is that they'll say, don't talk about us being victimized, but then they'll go on ad infinitum, as you know, talking about how the Jews do this to us, the Jews do that to us, the Jews control this. And if a white person ever does anything anti-white, it's because the Jews made them do it. Well, that's the ultimate victimization. You have no power, no say. Well, you've surrendered everything to the Jews. They're just such abject losers, every single one of them. And it's okay if you were thinking those things, but you come to white well-being, you come to white positivity, and you see things put together logically for you, and you see the successes in the world, and then you say, okay, I'm abandoning the dumb stuff. I'm gonna make myself a part of this moral activity, this courage, this activism, this positive activism, white positive activism for the white race. And it's okay that was in your past. But so many of them, that's not what they do. They show up and they're going to tell me, they're going to tell you how it is and what needs to be done. And you can never talk about your victimization. Cowards all. They can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. They can't handle the truth. That's why they show up and they're in the audience for like 5 minutes and then they're like, oh God, oh God. Every one of these tough guys, every single one of them are just inside they're cowardly girls. Every single one. They're cowardly little girls. The Great Sloth saying, can this bunker guy stop choking on his own saliva? Exactly. He was winded going down his own stairs. He was exhausted. He was like, look at my movie theater. I paid $2 million for this. You're a piece of shit. If you're a white person doing that, you're a piece of shit. Just know that. The country is burning down and you're building bunkers for your fat, hog-eaten, hog-screwing because I saw your wife. Loser self. Roger is with us. Good to see you. Hyperborean, the great Hyperborean Dream is in the house. What else do we have here? They have costume masculinity. Yeah, for the tough guys, yeah, it's costume masculinity. I've been hearing the same bullshit for over 60 years. I'm out of patience, writes the great Tree Godfather. Good to see you. Yeah, the same. Oh, you can't talk about how we're being victimized. Fucking losers. God damn it, I've hated every one of them. Just know that if you're hearing my voice and you're one of the guys that I had that conversation, I had deep contempt for you. Because not only were you dumb, you were so dumb that you couldn't see the truth right in front of you, even when it's like spelled out. My God, I feel for every teacher who had to suffer your dullard presence. Holy shit. All right. Here we have Erica Kirk. Want to put her on, let's put her up.
Numbers.
Want to say really quickly, for all the females out there, a little bit of education here. This is the first time in all of the visages, all of the appearances of Erica Kirk as of late. I never saw her before Charlie Kirk's assassination. Well, if I did, I didn't know it was her. This is the first time that she looks very attractive. So, ladies, when you paint yourselves up to look like demon clowns or whatever this is, and it's because it's somehow, some way you're competing with other females in looks, stop it. Stop it. This is the amount of makeup. This is when you look, comb your hair out naturally. Do not paint yourself up like she has been, Erica has been at the memorial, for example, where she was painted up by, you just would not even believe. I mean, how deep was the paint on her face? How deep was it? How stark they made her eyebrows, like they were from the sixth dimension. We don't like that. This is normal. This is what we like. And if you really want us to be attracted to you, say you got us, you're dating us or whatever, you're married and you're feeling like, boy, I would really like to have some fun, mess up your hair a little bit. That's all it takes. I mean, what is going on in the world? Who is telling women that they need to look like demon clowns? Covered in, like, at the memorial, she had all of this expensive, like, Giorgio Armani bracelets and rings and everything on. Nobody wants to see that. This is when she looks. So this is really going to be the last nice thing I'm going to be saying about her right now, because I'm going to be a little harsh. It's been some days now, and I fully acknowledge where they sit relative to the loss of a husband, a father, a friend, a boss, compared to me. I fully appreciate that. And yet I'm going to go ahead and comment on what I'm observing. So the first thing I want to comment on is, what in the hell was that memorial? Charlie Kirk was assassinated. This was supposed to be a memorial for Charlie Kirk. It was a GOP event. It had fireworks. Where were the close friends of Charlie Kirk's? Like people that no one ever knew because they just grew up with Charlie Kirk. Where were those people? I didn't watch the whole thing. I haven't seen anybody mention this, that they were there, that such people were there. And they were standing up and they were giving a speech about how warm Charlie was and how they had these little private moments and how they had these little experiences with Charlie. Where were those people? I saw, like, from the clips I saw, the whole presidential cabinet was there. Donald Trump was there. They had fireworks when Erica came out on stage. What? This was a spectacle. That's like the nicest thing I can say. This was gross. This was plastic. This was artificial. Erica looked artificial. What is and I'll get more to her in a second, but she walks out on stage and they've got like rocking music and they've got fireworks going off for her. This is not about Erica. This is a memorial for Charlie Kirk. At least that's how I understood what they were doing there. It was remarkable that in a matter of days, they could put this thing together. And I would give them a little bit of grace, because what does Turning Point do? It holds big political spectacles. What does the GOP do? They hold big political spectacles. So maybe the knee-jerk, the muscle memory reflex is going to be, hey, it's going to have fireworks and it's going to have laser and it's going to have this plasticky, kitschy feel to it, where they're like signing up people to vote, and they had merch tables and they were selling things at the event and outside the event. What in the hell is that? Totally distasteful. It rang true as a political event, and now to what degree was it hijacked? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know any of the inside baseball. Was it hijacked to some degree, or was this what Erica wanted? Was she right on board with it? Rather than honoring her husband that just geysered blood in front of the world, a most gruesome assassination that anybody could imagine. And then she's going to part. Why wasn't she objecting? Maybe she did. But there are other, like her attire, her jewelry, the glam seems to comport with the rest of the kitschy plastic political event, which sounds to me and looks to me like it was used, Charlie Kirk's life itself being used to win the midterms. Is that what happened? Did a bunch of these psychotic, self-serving, self-centered political movers and shakers say to themselves, hey, we can really make a lot of hay out of this. We're going to get out there and we're going to have lights and lasers and fireworks. This guy was killed at 31. He has 2 children, one that will pine for him until her dying breath. That alone, forget all of the other opportunity costs. Just for this guy, set it aside from what he does for Christianity or did for Christianity or what he did for conservatism or what he did for the GOP. I mean, really, he was an agent for the GOP. They picked him up, and it's important to talk about that. 18 years of age, this guy was being carried on the wings, by the wings of the GOP onto Fox News and numerous shows being made by the GOP, by Republicans, by the deep state Republicans, by the cucks in the Republican Party. He was made by them. It really puts the lie to his claim that if you bless God, God will bless you. That's one of the lies that you hear from so many preachers and priests, that in our Reformed Christian church, to comport with our biospirit, no one will say anymore. No one will say that your life will be just all grand if God likes you. No, he was made by the GOP, just like our new little Brilyn. God, what a name. He is being made by the GOP. But taking that aside for a moment, this was a 30-year-old white guy. He had 2 children. He had his entire life ahead of him. He was clearly loved and lovable by the people around him. He was a soft, mushy, endearing, friendly kind of a guy, inoffensive kind of a guy, congenial kind of a guy. He was going to have more kids. He was going to watch his children go through their schooling, their graduations. He was going to be there even if no more kids came along. He was going to be there for that little girl. All these videos of her running and jumping into his arms. He was going to be there for all of those important moments in life, all of her struggles, all of her victories, all of her triumphs, her getting married, her giving birth, and being able to share in that with her father. His life, her life, the younger baby's life, Erica's life, his parents' lives, his in-laws' lives, his siblings' life, stolen from them all. This is not a day for fireworks. And so appreciating all that was lost there, all of the pain that's inflicted on all of these people, especially those children, especially the little girl who's going to pine for him for the rest of her life. With that in mind, I was disgusted with Erica saying that she forgave the assassin. I find that despicable. How could a mother, seeing that injury inflicted on her daughter, and we're not even including everyone else and herself, forgive this animal, this anti-white animal, for what he did to the daughter, who still has yet to suffer a life of pining for her father? That's disgusting. No creator calls on you to do that. Something's wrong. I don't know what's going on, but something's not right. Something is not right. I know that people say that people grieve in so many different ways. And technically, I agree that it's not right to criticize a way this person or that person grieves. But there's something not right about Erica's grief. You know, she was, prior to Charlie Kirk, apparently, this real girl boss. You know, this child, like 17-year-old, starting a business and able to get the business underway. That means there are handlers. That means there are people making that happen. I was an entrepreneur. I'm a great example of a real high intelligence, highly motivated entrepreneur who didn't have contacts. I am representative of the hundreds of thousands of such white guys that went nowhere because we didn't have contacts. Nobody was going to help us. I shared with you all when I was 15, I wanted to profit share at an empty business for holding dances. I came up with this idea. I called from the payphone at school to make this happen. The real estate agency. I was so naive and had no help, no contacts, nobody to boost my idea. Let me put you in touch with our micro socialized network, with a lawyer who can help you with it, or with somebody that. No, I got on the phone and I shared my idea. And the real estate agent, this woman, said, well, the owner is not going to go for that. He wants to sell. So she says he wants to sell. I said, well, in my naivete, how much does he want? I'm 15 in high school. She said, $1.5 million. So somehow Erica has all of these contacts. She starts a business at 17. Sounds a lot like girl boss vibes, doesn't it? She goes on, she gets into beauty pageants, wins for her state, competes for Miss America while Donald Trump owned Miss America, gets involved, starts another business. Then she meets Charlie, and she's supposed to be the Christian. What we're told is the Christian ideal of the wife and the mother who's taking care of the husband and the children and the house. This is supposed to be what she's all about. It's odd how, if that's supposed to be the norm for Christianity, I guess this is anti-white Christianity, why it's so easy then for so many Christian women to accept the girl boss role that Erica is now in. Why isn't everyone scratching their head at this? I've seen several clips of Charlie Kirk talking about what a woman is supposed to do in the relationship. And at no point did he say leading organizations, girl boss power. That's an animal of anti-whiteism. And really what we're seeing is the insight into how anti-white Christianity has become. This is totally accepted. It's one thing for her to come forward and say, well, I'm going to be the CEO. They've voted me into the CEO. And then there have been many business entities over the years. Female ultimately is in control. She steps back and then she allows others to operate. No, she's going to be like Viking warrior, leader of Turning Point. She shows up just 2 days after. And this is, it really sounds like girl boss vibes coming to the surface. She shows up just 2 days after her husband and the father of these children is killed, victimizing these children for life. And she's standing beside his empty chair. How many of you have lost a loved one? You can't even look where they sat. Is it normal to go on stream with a business blazer on, a business pantsuit, girl boss vibes, and stand beside the empty chair of your slain husband and father of your children? 2 days? And say, oh, Charlie, don't worry, I'm taking charge now, and I'm going to fulfill your vision. Then Glenn Beck is reporting that she's talking about how, Charlie Kirk had all these diaries and blueprints, and now she has all these diaries and blueprints for the future. You know what that sounds to me? And claiming that Charlie meant this for her. She's meant to be this girl boss. This is really vectoring even further anti-white Christianity down a deeper and darker dead end. Girl power is anti-white. But she says all of these, what that says to me is that she's saying, I can't be questioned in any decisions I make. And what are those decisions? What does she seem to be setting up? But a run for political office. Off of the death, off of the assassination of her. Is this what Christian conservatism looks like? Well, apparently so. Because Brilyn Hollyhand is shown right up on cue, somebody who didn't have any views whatsoever up until he's suddenly flying around in a Learjet and he has his run to make across the country effectively becoming the new Charlie Kirk. Oddly, they even have the same eyes and nose, which is really bizarre. But we'll just take a look here. How long are people going to keep telling themselves, quote, everyone grieves differently, until their natural intuition kicks in and they realize every moment Erica has been on camera since September 10th has been inconsistent with the way anyone would act in her situation? These are legitimate questions. When does she come out with a veil? When does she wear something other than a pantsuit and a blazer? When is she not going to be at a big public appearance bedizened in filthy rich jewelry? Erica Kirk must have superhuman powers of composure, because I don't understand how your husband and your father of your children is brutally assassinated, and less than 2 weeks later, you're smiling, laughing, working, and carrying on as usual. I don't see a grieving widow in this clip. I see a businesswoman.
Yeah. And so what I'm getting at here is the Charlie Kirk show is not going anywhere. My husband's voice will live on. The show will go on. We will have rotating hosts, rotating casts, rotating people coming
We've got
on.
some great people next week.
Unbelievable. We will have consistency. The members only group will continue to go on.
Now, a lot of people in grieving can throw themselves into work. They've thrown themselves into work, but they're stoic about it. They're not effusive. This woman finishes up, where are the 7 stages of grief? She jumped right to acceptance. If you have ever known someone who lost a love of their life suddenly and tragically, you would know how strange all of this is. Final word on this. If someone kills me, you all better hate that son of a bitch to the end of time. No forgiving. No forgiving. If someone murders me, my request is hate them till the end of time. My request is get revenge in the various ways that, nothing illegal, of course. Get revenge. Nothing illegal, of course. My request, if I'm murdered by someone, is no jubilation, no fireworks. I can't imagine that Charlie Kirk is looking on and thinking, yeah, my life was just robbed from me. And this is another error has to be extirpated from Christianity. God does not want all things to happen. This notion that God knows all and his will is all and he allowed this. No, absolutely not. Because the logical conclusion then is that this is a great thing. Everything that happens is great. God wants it. Absolutely not. Why bother creating a stage and putting players on the stage? Why bother doing that if it's all already preordained? If nobody can be, it's like with heroism. You need to have fear to be brave. You can't be brave if you don't have fear. So if you blithely, like a child, we saw the last couple weeks ago, a child with another one with autism climbed up on top of a roller coaster. He could not understand what could happen. He's too handicapped. That's not being brave. But if a firefighter runs up a roller coaster track to save someone, he understands what can happen. That's bravery. If you can't do other than what's preordained, then you can't do the right or wrong thing. For God's sake. What an asinine notion that some Christians hold. It's all the right thing. Killing Charlie was the right thing. Great. It happened. God wanted it then. Absolutely not. Something else God doesn't want is for this Brilyn Hollyhand to be leading us to the Israeli promised land. Let's see what we have here. Will this work? Meet Brilyn Hollyhand. Can we have, there we go. Teen conservative hailed as Charlie Kirk's protege promises to be bolder as tour campus starts. Now, he is like far from, where's my list? I got to pull out my list. I got a list of this clown. Where is it? Over here? Have you all ever heard? I never heard of Brilyn Hollyhand. He has a show that no one watches. But he's being picked up and made by the GOP. How much do you want to bet that on his college tours, he's going to talk about how blessed his life is by God, when really it's the GOP? And that if you just start praying, your life will be equally as blessed. The teen, widely hailed as Charlie Kirk's protege, looked up to the conservative influencer as his mentor and has vowed to get louder and bolder even as the death threats against him have skyrocketed in the wake of his idol's assassination. Brilyn Hollyhand, a 19-year, by the way, apparently Hollyhand is like a very old Proto-German Anglo-Saxon word for a tweaking Manchurian candidate. It's a very old word. Very old. You'll have to look it up. Although I might be wrong. A 19-year-old dubbed the internet's youngest voice of reason has his popularity surge. Now, when I say nobody watches, I mean clips with like 2 hearts, 0 hearts, 1 comment, 0 comments. I mean, the guy he was not reaching anybody. Even has a book that nobody reads. Has seen his popularity surge. Pint-sized, since his pint-sized, he was a pint-sized 4th grader back in 2018. Folks, this guy is another, another one of those guys who is probably attracted to males and in an environment where that's still taboo. That's still unacceptable. So, like some of the others we've seen, the intense focus on himself, this absolute narcissism of a lot of these female traits, this need to be in the middle and of the conversation, and the conversation always has to be about him. In fact, some of his former classmates have said exactly that about him. But I figured that out in a clip where he was being interviewed, and we're going to watch just a portion of it, the really like spooky portion. But I watched the whole clip where he's on Fox News the hour after Charlie Kirk is pronounced dead or said to be dead by Donald Trump. And this guy, Brilyn Hollyhand, praising Kirk, said that Kirk was such a great guy because he decided to come on Brilyn's show, and Brilyn was only in 4th grade. Isn't that fascinating? Of course, we all know how that happens. Dad and mom are giving huge donations to the Republican Party, and the Republican Party tells Charlie Kirk, you're going to go on this kid's show, because this would not have happened any other way. But here's the point I want to make about Brilyn. Brilyn said, Charlie Kirk is such an amazing guy. He could have seen me as a competitor. Only a stupendously narcissistic, psychotic person, unable to really relate to other human beings in the proper mirror neuron way, could say that Charlie Kirk, an adult, could have viewed the fourth grader as competition and therefore not appeared on his show. He seriously said that. But it gets creepier, and we'll play the clip where it's extra creepy. Since then, Hollyhand has drawn in nearly 500,000 followers like this. This is the making, in a hurry, of an Israeli supporter. This kid, and he's a man, technically, but let me tell you, he doesn't look like a man. He doesn't grow any whiskers. I mean, it's very strange. It's very strange. Nothing about him says man. But this, so I'm going to call him a kid because that's how we really strike. He's 19 though. And he goes to Auburn. He's a freshman. Somehow he can skip classes for this tour. But this guy, in a clip that we're going to play, what are the top 3 priorities, do you think, that he gave to Christian conservatives in America? Anybody want to guess? Anybody want to hazard a guess? He lists them in order. And then he gives, a little bit later, he gives another ordering that still puts that still puts the 2 other categories in the ordering at first and third place. His top 3 priorities that he recommends for Christian conservatives are Israel, Jewish people on planet Earth, and America first. I shit you not. This little treasonous anti-white shit said Israel, Jews on planet Earth, and America first. He then tried to say the same thing over a little bit later, got the ordering mixed up a little bit, said Israel, America first, Jews on planet Earth. But when he said it the first time, I think that's when, for himself, he got it right. This is what you're looking at. Meanwhile, and we'll dig into it in just a moment, you have Netanyahu in the United States regularly meeting with conservative content creator influencers on all of the platforms, inviting them to trips to Israel. I can only assume, sanity only can assume, that they're getting financially rewarded by supporting Israel, and Jews who support Israel can only imagine. You know what? In all the clips that I've listened to from little Brilyn, not a single comment about the victimization of the white race. And this kid is supposed to be from down home Alabama, right? Isn't that supposed to be like number one priority? It's all about the white people down there in Alabama. No mention. He's a little anti-white bitch. Servitude to any group of people other than our own is anti-whiteism. If you say we need to be protecting Jews on planet Earth, you are anti-white. If you say that we have to be fighting for Israel, guaranteeing Israel's safety, financing Israel, you are anti-white. Period. This is what they're foisting onto white Christian America. By the way, we'll play a video of that garbage anti-white from Israel saying to this room full of conservative content creators that answering a question rather about the most supportive element in America for Jews and for Israel is white Christianity. What if we lose them? What then? And of course he says, well, we can't. We can't. We got to make sure that what they think and what they know about Israel remains positive, that they remain sycophantic, that they remain servile, that they do not pursue white well-being. That's what we have to ensure. In the wake of Kirk's public execution, Hollyhand told the Post on Monday he could never emulate his mentor, but will do what the Lord has given me the opportunity to do. So there he is. Charlie has a very huge shoes to fill, not just because he was a man with a large shoe size. That's the goobery type of humor you'll get from such people. But because legitimately nobody can replace him. My goal is not to be Charlie, but to be Brilyn. No shit. Because Brilyn is all that matters. It's like Fuentes is all that matters. Hollyhand's rise to conservative stardom happened overnight. But here in the New York Post, maybe getting big money from Israeli supporters in the United States, I don't know. They decide that his rise to fame began when he was, let's see, I guess in fourth grade, 11. No, that would be younger. They're clocking his rise to fame from when he was 11, when he started whatever particular podcast this is. He started his newsletter, he claims, when he was in fourth grade. Sure you did. But he was nothing. He was this quantity in the background that was put in contact with being politically groomed, politically prepared to serve this role by the GOP. He's not the only one. You know, if we were to go looking, we would find many more. But let me just read a smattering of the names of the people that Hollyhand here was in proximity with, arm in arm, photographs with for many years. Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, Blowjob Vance, Trump, Mike Huckabee, Sarah Huckabee, Vivek Ramaswamy, Tulsi Gabbard, Tim Scott, Laura Trump, Ron DeSantis, Tucker Carlson, Nikki Haley, Michael Knowles, Tommy Lahren, Riley Gaines, Herschel Walker, and Carrie Lake, and perhaps most importantly, and this is not even a full list. You see, this kid was getting this treatment, the blessings from God, before anyone knew of him. Before anyone read his newsletter, before anyone watched any of his podcasts. It doesn't get more artificial. Here's the biggest one. He's pictured with smiling arm in arm with Michael Whatley, chairman of the GOP. Current chairman of the GOP, Michael Whatley. This kid's been on half a dozen shows on Fox. You never saw any of those episodes because nobody cared who he was. All over Newsmax, well, of course, on the Huckabee Show and many different conservative podcasts. So much to share. On a channel with, 500,000 followers, gets only, 1,400 views on his interview because nobody cares who Brilyn Hollyhand is. He shares some interesting things about his upbringing. This over a year ago. I'll be sharing that with you. The making of the leadership for our resistance to our victimization. Folks, that's what we're seeing right here. This is more of the officialdom name, but no less grafted onto reality than those who are grafted onto the less official looking, more of the resistance. The United States very skilled at color revolutions. They know exactly what they're doing. The only thing you can trust is whether or not something is white positive or anti-white. everything else you have to reject. No content creator. His rise to stardom started when he was 11. No, it started when Kirk was assassinated. Kirk, of course, by the way, a very convenient assassination by anti-white Tyler Robinson. Very convenient assassination. Because Kirk, as you know, even though he was this effusive, subservient lover of Judaism, of Jews, and of Israel, he had started to express concerns about the current political regime in Israel, started to express concerns about what we would rightly call anti-white Jews, financing anti-whiteism, because of course there are anti-white Jews, just as there are Jews who aren't anti-white. He began to express concern about October 7. And how was this attack carried out without Israel being complicit in the attack? Brilyn is not questioning any of these things. He didn't need to go on the Brilyn Hollyhand show with a fourth grader, but he did, and he gave me that opportunity. Here you have, of course, you have Brilyn here. And they have Kirk. Now, for some reason, Kirk here looks like he sells bootleg Nintendo games out of the back of a dirty van, but it is what it is. The college freshman said he was even texting with Kirk just hours before he was gunned down. I don't believe that. Proof. This is the establishing of legitimacy in people who are self-centered. People who are self-centered, self-focused, psychotic. This is the exact kind of thing they do. We were speaking that morning. I was talking to him the moment he was gone. Shut up. Hollyhand was named co-chair of the Republican National Committee Youth Advisory in 23. And he's about to kick off his 10-stop tour of the universities across the country in collaboration with Turning Point, who immediately, I can only assume, are the ones paying for the private jets, flying him around the country now. So let's keep moving. This talks about the agreement with Turning Point that he just reached for him to get out there and start spreading the gospel. Let's hear from this kid himself here. This kid was created in Langley, says Clint. No, he is a fixture, though, of the GOP. It's like they took Charlie Kirk, made him gay, writes Clint, removed any sense of intellectual curiosity or sincerity, and preloaded him with 100 times more psychologically pro-Israel talking points. Not buying this one. Take a listen to a guy you're going to be hearing a lot from, and will be brain poisoning a lot of good white Christian conservative, and maybe conservative white conservatives in general, certainly in America, but even around the world.
What we're seeing going on right now across college campuses all over the country, specifically Yale and Columbia, they're getting shut down and overrun by these anti-Jew protesters, these pro-Gaza protesters, these terrorists.
I want to point out, though, another victory of ours just there. Anti-Jew. I'm sorry. What did you say, Brilyn? What did you say? You didn't say anti-Semites. You said anti-Jew. You're welcome, white world. You are welcome. You won't show your gratitude because you're garbage, but you're welcome nonetheless.
Sympathizers. That's what they are. Let's call it out for what it is. It's disgusting. It's vile. It's inhumane. Listen, the Democrat Party is being radio silent on this. Why? Because these are their own supporters. And in the case of Ilhan Omar,
let me jump in really quickly. I agree with him that being anti-Jew, opposed to Jews on their birth, is my first thought is that it's not productive for creating a people out of the white race. In fact, that position is destructive. My next thought is that that's immoral. And the vast majority of white people believe it's immoral to condemn somebody on the basis of their birth. That has nothing to do with anti-whiteism, you losers. So number one, it's destructive to the creation of a people out of the vitiated white race. So I agree with Brilyn here. Being anti-Jew is wrong. It's immoral as well. But he goes a different place.
Daughter out there standing in the picket line and protesting us. It's disgusting, and they should be calling it out. It's pretty easy to come on and say, hey, we're pro-Israel, we're pro-Jewish people, we're pro-America.
Pro-Israel, pro-Jewish people. Do you think this little bitch would say that we are pro-white, that we are white? Do you think we'd say it's pretty easy to say that we are white positive? Pretty easy to say. We are white positive, and then we are for all of the countries that we have created, all of Western civilization, therefore. Do you think he'd be able to say that? Absolutely not. This is a combination of, not of Langley. That's another poisonous, self-destructive idea, non-starter. If they can fabricate, if there is a dark, hidden they with all this power and knowledge, and they could just churn people out like this, left and right, you don't stand a chance. And that's why people get depressed and they leave. That's why people do nothing. Why would you do anything against Langley? They have a robot up your ass right now, and this guy's piloting it. How does this happen? It's a combination of the anti-white influence on Christianity, anti-white Christianity, anti-white E-anity, and the political entity called the GOP, which is anti-white as well, and the state of Israel, which is clearly behaving in an anti-white way by steering the population with whatever influence they wield in the United States to someplace that benefits them at the expense of Western kind. No, thank you. That's how people like him happen. And if you don't understand that, if you think it's a group of people working at Langley, then your conclusions will be, well, we just have to put new leadership in Langley. We just need to get rid of the CIA altogether. You see how dumb this is? You need to know where this comes from. And we have the answers for where it comes from and how to remedy it. But let's get back to this little clown, this little bitch, this little anti-white bitch. Why is he a bitch? Not because he puts Jews before us, but because he's anti-white by putting Jews before us. Might seem subtle to the vegetables out there. That is a Brobdingnagian difference.
It's that simple. But instead, the Democrats are supporting this anti-Israel message being spouted by their supporters out there in Columbia and Yale. And they're supporting this Death to America chant by letting this continue on. They've got to put a stop to this. On the other hand, Republicans are pro-Israel, we're pro-America, and we're pro-protecting Jewish citizens not only in Israel, but across the world, even here.
So then he's pro-Jew people, pro-Jew individuals. He moved America up to second place. Pro-Israel, pro-America, and pro-every Jewish life on planet Earth. Man, this kid. You want to know who to blame? Not the Jews. You. You are to blame. If you are white and you are not implementing the only strategy that has demonstrated success in the creation of a people, that has demonstrated success in countering anti-whiteism, then you are responsible. You are the reason that's happening, rather than there being white positive candidates coming along. You want to blame Jews? Kill your speed. Because you are useless. You're worse than useless. You are AIDS to the white race. You are absolute AIDS. I know it's really confusing right now for you. Well, this guy, he seems like he's angry with Israel, but he doesn't blame Jews for being born Jewish, but he is angry with Jews who are anti-white. It just doesn't make sense. That's because your mind is soup. Your mother drank Tylenol. That's why. So stop thinking that you're going to somehow come to some sort of answer, thinking that your 3-word "it's the Jew" answer could even remotely approximate a proper understanding of the socio-political dynamics undermining the white race. And shut up and get in line and take instruction from people who are your betters. These broken, clinically retarded white people need to hear the truth. It's your fault. You want to see candidates that stand up for the white race and who say it should be easy to say white positivity, pro-America. Then you have to become a people. And you cannot become a people if you keep complaining. We had somebody in the chat that just said, well, Jews are anti-white. I don't know how you magically know that. You couldn't possibly. I mean, I just want to, the people who say these kind of things, you can't know that. You're just talking out of your ass. You can't know what they automatically are. But here I can defeat you. And not only is that a destructive notion to propagate, it's an immoral notion. It's a notion that pushes white people away from contending with anti-whiteism. All right? But it gets worse, because even if you somehow had omniscience and you know that every Jew ever born, could be born, will be born are anti-white, by opposing anti-whiteism, you oppose all of them. So what are you missing by doing the right thing, the productive thing, and take on anti-whiteism? What are you missing out on? We have this guy, and we don't have time to look at him, but there's a politician talking about how there shouldn't be Sharia law in America. And he wants to pass a bill. Constitution already says it can't be so, but he wants to pass a bill on top of that. No Sharia law ever, to the end of all time, no Sharia law. And that is a white positive thing to do. Islam does not comport. It's not a creation of Western kind. It does not comport with our biospirit. So that is a white positive thing to do. But Jew haters, Jew spurgs, won't like arresting that entire vector of our victimization, because it's not victimizing Jews. You see the sickness of this anti-non-white thinking. Give it up. If you are mired in that shit, give it up today. Make the decision to be white positive instead of anti-non-white. All the Jews are, and the guy who is like a bad plumber is telling me that somehow he knows that all the Jews that have ever been born, are currently alive, and will ever be born are anti-white. Thanks so much. Fucking retarded. They're all, and if you were innocent when you were saying that, you're like, oh man, I was just like tossing that in there. I didn't really mean for it to be a big thing. Understand that I've heard that 10,000 times. So understand where my response is coming from. 30 years ago, we didn't have Brilyn Hollyhand. Now we do have Brilyn, the most obvious shill for Israel, anti-white, which is what matters as a consequence. And that notion of it's the Jews are all anti-white, has been in play for that entire time and all the generations before that. So there you have this little bitch, this little anti-white bitch, 19 years old, doesn't grow a whisker. Something's wrong. Here he is, right when Charlie Kirk was said, within the hour of Charlie Kirk being said dead by the President of the United States. It actually said it across the screen. This Charlie Kirk is dead was probably added by the person who cut the clip out, because along the bottom of the screen on Fox News, it said Trump and then colon and then Charlie Kirk is dead. And this Brilyn is on there on Fox News with this guy interviewing him. And the guy asks him about Brilyn's reaction. And look at this reaction. This is not normal human reaction, says the tweeter. Keep in mind that interview was given, within 2 hours.
Heartbreaking, Will. And obviously the person that took this life, this is heartbreaking, Will. And obviously the person that took this life, this is heartbreaking, Will.
Does that look like a normal
face? The person that
face?
took this life, this is heartbreaking, Will.
This is another psychotic narcissist. They find these people and they really have them. They really have them by the short hairs when they have something that they can be blackmailed over. I mean, you had you have people online talking about how he might as well come out and say that he's a homosexual now, but he's not going to. They've got deep blackmail material because he's in an environment where this compromising material can be used to ruin him over in a night.
And obviously the person that took this life, this is heartbreaking, Will. And obviously the person that took this life, this is heartbreaking, Will.
You say this is heartbreaking. Do you have that much joy on your face? Here he is on the Learjet. Charlie Kirk's new successor is a gay trust fund kid named Brilyn Hollyhand, whose dad made his millions. Here's the thing. We'll play this in just 1 minute. Mom and dad. The interview I watched of Brilyn 1 year before this weekend, I was mentioning, got 1,400 views on a channel with hundreds of thousands of followers because no one cared about him. Nothing valuable to say. You can have everything in the world valuable to say and have fucking 130 some people show up. You can remedy lives. You can get children back in Canadian courts. You can change policies at police departments. You can go on and on with successes. Nobody shows up. You can have nothing of value to say for years and years. No one shows up because you've got nothing to say. And suddenly, hundreds of thousands of followers come to hear what you have to say. In that interview, the interviewer says, how are you so precocious? Effectively, he's saying that. How are you so precocious? I mean, you're writing a newsletter at 9 years of age. Nobody's reading this. You're writing this newsletter at 9 years of age. Then you're starting a show. And you're out there, you're shaking. I mean, your parents must be intensely political. They must be involved the entire. No, he says, couldn't be further away from the truth. Mom's a teacher. Dad's in construction. Actually, folks, father owns a company. He's a developer along with other family members. And what do they specialize in? Putting low-income housing in your white neighborhood. How do you like that? Oh, we'll show you the website. They built some other things as well. They built a fire station here. They built a regular neighborhood there. They built a church over here. But they really specialize in affordable housing, working with HUD. Millions and millions and millions of our tax dollars. And a lot of those millions, I'm guessing, or big donations at least, heading right back in to the GOP. Dad made his millions putting Section 8 low-income housing in middle-class white suburban neighborhoods in Alabama, in Mississippi, maybe Georgia. There he is. Oh, sorry. This is a video. It's somewhere else, but not a video there. Here's the father of Brilyn. His name is Brilyn, an actual guy name. He's the vice president. Alabama, let's see, VP of a real estate company. And that has his granddaddy, Douglas, runs. I doubt the grandfather is still terribly active, but I don't know. Specializing in affordable housing. Let's take a look at well, here you go. Hollyhand developers. Just the kind of white people you want at the lead in right-wing, conservative Christian politics. By the way, had a charming little photograph of little Brilyn here, young Brilyn, leaning back, nothing but joy on his face with two black kids. Hollyhand Development LLC. 50 years of experience working with all facets of affordable housing. Development including extensive experience developing, financing, constructing, and managing housing utilizing financing through low-income housing tax credit program. We successfully developed more than 30 projects. And when I say these are developers, I talk about from time to time, I'll reference the mortal gods where, and I'll say an example of it is, one day there is a farm and it's nothing but fields as far as the eye can see. And then the next day it's rooftops as far as the eye can see. That's these people. We have successfully developed more than 30 projects using the tax credits. So more projects than just 30, but 30 where they were using these affordable housing tax credit swindle, I guess, on. In 11 phases of public housing redevelopment, comprising over 1,000 units. These include projects under construction, projects financed with 4% tax credit. We have an excellent track record in obtaining 9% allocation on PHA redevelopment projects in Alabama, by far the most critical financing tool in the PHA redevelopment. We have raised well over $150 million in equity for public housing redevelopment projects in Alabama. How you like your white neighborhood now? How do you like your lily white flighted further and further away from it? But they'll find you. The anti-whites will find you. It doesn't matter whether they're on the left or on the right. Both are anti-white. Both are anti-white. These people, for their personal enrichment, because the whole firm is white. The whole firm is a bunch of white people. Look up all the pictures. They will gladly, as selfish individualists who don't have a people, make millions of dollars off your white asses and then put the predator to the prey projects right in the middle of your neighborhood. Successful something HTC application has submitted in Alabama for public housing redevelopment projects, both mixed financed and RAD. Overall, we have been successful on 13 of the last 16.9% of the LIHTC, I guess it is. These phases comprise 5 separate public housing community redevelopment efforts. Boy, they love it. They give you all of it. They brag about all of their Section 8 and affordable housing and how they're able to get all these government dollars and do all this for these people who will live in the affordable housing. And look at this team. just like our anti-white shooter who went to the Mormon church today in Michigan. Time to blame the right people. Time to become a noticer of anti-whiteism before it's too late. Take a look at what you all are saying really quickly. We're going to get on to our next item here in just a few moments. We want to take a quick look at Benjamin Netanyahu. Satanyahu chats with pro-Trump Nelk boys, writes Axios, talking about him getting into, in this Axios, of course they're not going to let me see it this time, in this Axios article about speaking with conservative, these guys have been on Fox several times from this podcast, getting at them. So there is a positive spin for the white population in the United States about Israel. Let's take a look at this little meeting. Take a look at this little cupcake and what she says to Satan Yahoo.
Evangelicals, from all my research, evangelicals are the reason that Israel has been supported in public sphere outside of just Jews. So with Charlie's assassination and with the kind of trajectory that we see with like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, I guess I'm curious about what's another game plan if we lose evangelical support for the state of Israel? What's our backup plan to be strong?
How about you're an anti-white piece of shit and you should have your accounts silenced. You should be prosecuted for anti-whiteism. You are, I don't care whether you're white or Jewish or whatever you are. There should be repercussions for being anti-white. Legal, lawful, just repercussions for being anti-white. How to get the white evangelicals to continue to be anti-white, to continue to prioritize another group of human beings?
Like outside of the diaspora.
Christian influencers. Okay. You said talked about the woke right, and you said
talk about the woke right.
I call it the woke Reich.
Oh, he calls it the woke Reich. The story never ends. The story never ends. You got to get out of their story. You don't rehabilitate the demons in their story. If you were thinking previously that's what you do, it's time to now say, you were wrong, and to get on board with what's working. That's their story. That ain't my story. I don't give a shit what his story is. That's their story. You want to be, this clown can play the anti-white demon in my story, or he can just go back to Israel and deal with his own problems with their own money, with their own country. And I won't care. Won't bother me a bit.
Brilliant. The woke right, because these people, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're loonies. But they're
the only problem that he has, of course, with the left is that increasingly Ashkenazi Jews like himself are being included in the white demon category.
Actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically.
Outright saying this, anti-whiteism. I really want you to note the difference between how white positive people reject what Satan Yahoo, anti-white extraordinaire, is saying here, and how anti-Jews out there respond to what he's saying. We have a productive response. We are focused on ourselves. We craft him. We see him through the lens of being anti-us, not see him through the lens of being pro-Jew. I don't give a shit what he thinks he is. I swear to God, we are the only white men living in this community. The rest are boys.
A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast, money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance.
I mean, he's outright telling you it's about narrative control. Obviously, this is a part of the anti-white narrative. It functions as a powerful element in the anti-white narrative for so many white Christians and white conservatives in general. We have to be there, not being anti-Jew, but being white positive. Not saying the Jews are evil, because not all Jews are evil. And the claims about Jews being evil undermine our productive steps to create a people. Tucker Carlson is right when he complains about specific Jews that are harming America. Candace Owens, specific Jews harming America. Benny Johnson, Charlie Kirk. These people are acceptable to millions of white Americans. No white Americans find anti-Jew sentiment acceptable, and there's nothing you can ever do. I have been arguing this for decades. And now when we see people like Tucker Carlson able to criticize Israel, he would have even a bigger audience if he were to point out that the sentiments are anti-white. Candace Owens would find herself more appreciated with a growing audience if she would point out that these specific Jews that she's criticizing are anti-white. White people can hear and heed this. For the love of God, you can take what I just said and apply it to some other points in history to understand things a little bit more clearly.
To that community, they're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. You know, the weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well. Okay.
We're going to cut it off there. What is he talking about? The tools of battle, ideas, language. How many times are we told that language will do nothing? I swear those people in these circles have to be undercover anti-whites. They absolutely have to be full-blown hardcore anti-whites. Words do nothing. Ideas do nothing. Here you have the leader of Israel saying ideas are everything, and they happen to be punching a little bit above their weight level. So maybe you who are picking berries for a living, you who dig ditches for a living, should shut the hell up. FBI Patel clarifies role of hundreds, nearly 300 FBI agents in the crowd on Patriots Day, the day the Patriot lost his innocence. Let me take a quick look if there are any tags for me before we move into this. Good to see Tempered is here. Azimuth Clark is in the house. Vape King is here. As I scroll through the greats who have shown up, want to see what you all have to say. Old Brilyn Hollyhand here. Going to be seeing a lot more of him. Can you imagine? He just went, by the way, you might be thinking, no one's going to care now. That's not how it works. That's not, you ever wondered whether what a creator can share, what a thought leader can share, if that warrants the size of the audience? Not hardly. He is already speaking to packed college auditoriums. No, they have more spillover. They have spillover. Not enough seats. God almighty. The great Nancy Drew is with us. Even at the last presidential election, Biden kept saying about helping Israel. And I kept thinking, why is this in the middle of a presidential debate in the USA? Very well stated. I'm sure you've thought that for generations, because we can go back for generations and watch candidates, even candidates for state level and even county level positions, talking about Israel. I remember there was one, I swear it had to be 25 years ago. It was in some like little town in West Virginia or maybe Virginia or North Carolina, somewhere, Kentucky. And the person was like county, dog catcher. I remember that was the joke. It was on the news and that was passed around. And the person was talking about, it wasn't a Jew, talking about support for Israel. And everybody was like, what in God's name does that have to do with your position? Consequence of anti-whiteism. The value of Jewish lives in the anti-white narrative. Holy freaking crap says blaming all Jews creates the possibility of all whites being blamed. Precisely. Well stated. But I mean, really, for all of us, listen, this is how you shut them down. I tried explaining things to people for a couple of years, few years now. I tried using rationale with people that are not capable of rationale. The way I always shut them down in the past was that complaining about Jews or complaining about blacks doesn't create a people out of the white race. And we're going to need a people to recapture our destiny. That immediately shuts down the conversation. You just keep saying that. Because that's a fact. You just keep saying it. They don't have a retort for that. But yes, you're right. Checking for any more tags over here. I'm convinced all the pundits on TV, writes Samuski, all of the conservatives on the radio, Hannity, Levin, Hewitt, etc., are all handled anti-white subversives and gatekeepers, all anti-white. You're right. Yes. Samuski, the great Samuski, you are right. If they are not going to parrot the party line, they're gone. Do you think this little nobody, this little compromisable nobody who doesn't have an interesting thing to share could get an audience? No, he wasn't getting an audience. He had a platform full of photographs, has a platform full of photographs with him, with that entire list I read to you, and more people, more and more celebrities in politics or wanted to be in politics. And it did nothing for him. It's just they decide, oh, okay, you're going to maintain the party line. You're going to be the one that we'll get the crowd to turn out for. Obviously, you couldn't be like totally wretched. You got to at least be able to speak, carry on a thought, share your ideas. They'll take care of the rest. Ayayay is here. Good to see you. Janice is here. Biospirit of the West said, I said Israel same time Jason did. Great minds think alike. The real GW is here. We have some huge victories. Cool Papa J Magic in the house. We have some huge victories today. Absolutely colossal, Olympus Mons level victories in the work that we do. These are receipts, folks. The receipts for the achievements of the goals that so we have success metrics by which we evaluate the work that we are doing. Nobody else does that in the white sympathetic sphere. Nobody else is pragmatic like we are. It's all like this intangible idealism. Are you saying the things that the vegetables in the white sympathetic sphere are attracted to? So we're going to be celebrating some of those victories coming up here shortly. Janice says, I shared a very short video in comments on X under your stream post. All right, I'll check it out. The Freak is here. So a video under my live stream. Trademark reposted the stream. Thank you so much for that. Let's see if it'll show for me. I see Ola. I don't see it. I'll have to go back and you see it's under the live stream. For some reason, not showing for me just yet. Can you DM me with it? Oh, wait a second. What is this? It is a absolute boatload of foreigners coming into from Africa, coming into I imagine Europe. Is that what it is? Does it say here? Wow. It looks to be just a bunch of guys. I mean, you all have seen this kind of thing before. From Senegal. And it's saying that it was Arizona coming into the country. Where's the date on this? Let me know if that's current, if that video is current. Boy, that would be shocking, wouldn't it? All right, what else? What other things do we have being shared? I can't read the letters for this person in the live chat on Twitter saying, wonder who could be responsible. Anti-whites are responsible. Do you disagree? Anti-whites of all races, responsible. Anti-whites. Do you want to have a people? Do you want to recapture our destiny? Then it's anti-whites who are responsible. Anti-whites who are responsible. You want to remain an isolated individual and have this just getting worse? I mean, you can't even share your thoughts in the UK. You go to jail. You go to jail. You're about to get a digital passport and they'll restrict your money. I mean, how fucking dumb. How long do you want to wait? You notice that bad and worse is never engenders, never suddenly creates a people. It's kind of like we've had evidence of that for generations, isn't it? It's kind of like we've had evidence of that. Maybe you got to do something else. Yeah, good question, Janice. Wondering where all of these blacks from Senegal ended up. It was over a year ago that just a stream of black males coming into the country. I'm sure they've all gone into brain surgery, and they will, so they probably are using those really big scalpels to get in there. I'm not a brain surgeon, so I don't know exactly the tools. But I think there are some really big scalpels. American Eagle rises. Good to see you. All right. Well, let's read about this because that you had all along. Now, the FBI, corrupt as all hell. Comey has been indicted. For God's sakes, there is so much more there. The guy should go away for hundreds of years. Is he going to be found guilty at all? Are the Republicans going to throw their hands up in the air and say, well, we gave it a shot? You had General Flynn on the other day. And this guy, everything with him is Marx. You could have them, you could go to a classroom and they're talking all about anti-white this, white bad this, white bad that. And that wizened, I'm trying not to be as mean as he deserves, would say Marxism. I mean, how old do you got to be before you finally grow up? So the FBI, corrupt as all hell, had agents in there. They've had agents being reported. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. They've had agents who, after the fact, wanted to leave the department because they said, don't want to be here. Is there an off-ramp for me where I don't have to separate in a terrible way because of how politicized this entity has become? They ordered out there the kind of things that they were ordered to do. Trump implies a great many more things, essentially implying that they were the ones encouraging the damage to be done to the Capitol building. I think this notion that everyone in the crowd is some like innocent little pixie flying around is a little ludicrous. But without question, these agents, they probably were at least some of the ones. You look at some of these videos and you see a bunch of like sickly patriotic people. By sickly, I mean they're not in the best shape. They look like they mow their lawn on the weekend and they have a little bit of physicality in their jobs. But mostly they're drinking beer. And then you have these other guys in like tactical gear that are super fit. And some of them even have earpieces. And they're bashing the window in at the Capitol building. And I'm like, I don't know that that's just another one of the patriots that showed up that day that were dumb enough to get up on top of the Capitol building. But nonetheless, we have them coming out now and saying what nearly 300 more to the number they've already admitted to were out in the crowd in plain clothes. And of course, now the question is, how far were they going to encourage violence that anti-whites, by way of Comey in some sort of backdoor agreement, were going to be able to use against patriotic Americans, white Americans, to jail us? Just think about this. You had all of these people they sent to jail were not the FBI people. They would be in jail for nearly the rest of their life. That's the kind of people that the anti-whites are. They would just send slews of patriotic people to prison for the majority of the rest of their lives when they were the ones who instigated the behavior, the activity, or maybe the ones even almost entirely solely responsible for the behavior for which they sent American citizens to prison virtually for life. Imagine that's the kind of people we're dealing with. Can I do anything with this? The FBI reported Saturday, responded Saturday to a report, 274 plainclothes agents were at the U.S. Capitol riot on January 6th. So here you have Fox News calling it a riot. It's Patriots Day. Another thing that's important to point out is we named it Patriots Day. I literally named it Patriots Day, the day the patriot lost his innocence. Imagine if that would have been used more broadly. Imagine if the cuck movement would have picked it up. Well, you know who wouldn't? Brilyn Hollyhand, because it would empower white people. And he doesn't want that. He's anti-white. But it wouldn't matter if there were agents who were encouraging this or solely responsible or not there at all. If it had been termed Patriots Day, and we have been celebrating it as the day the Patriot losses, that we became aware that we're not in control of our country. Imagine the power that would yield patriots, white Americans, expressly as a consequence. They're too dumb to understand the magic of the concept. They're just too dumb. So it would have worked no matter the outcome. This is not a proper role of the FBI agents. And Wray was not forthcoming about what happened, Christopher Wray, when he testified on Capitol Hill. Agents were sent into a crowd control mission after the riot was declared by Metro Police, something that goes against FBI standards. So this is where they're trying to come in after the fact and now say, oh, no, our agents weren't there yet. They weren't there yet. This 300 here. Well, what about the ones before that? You're never going to get the truth. Patel told Fox News Digital, this was the failure of a corrupt leadership that lied to Congress and to the American people about what really happened. What really more needs to be said here about this? This is going to unfold the true extent, if it is detrimental to anti-whites on the right, is not going to come out. You're not going to know the full extent of it. What does that tell us about our approach to white well-being? It again proves that our approach is the only approach that can work. You want to put together a group. You want to put together a group somewhere, and they're going to be infiltrated. Even midget wits seem to understand that. You put together a group somewhere, the FBI, and not only them, the ADL can hire people to go undercover. We've had people hired by news agencies who go undercover. Happens all the time in these group situated endeavors where people get together. Of course, everybody knows the Gretchen Whitmer case, where it was like 3 different departments made up the entire group except for like 2 guys who were entrapped by the rest of them. Look it up for yourself. Maybe I got that wrong. Everybody understands that. Well, the new version of that, get up to speed here, the rest of the white sympathetic sphere. The new version is having an audience that can be composed, or can be peopled or populated with agents. FBI agents, ADL agents, Israel agents, Iran agents. They can come in and populate the audience of the content creator. They can laud attitudes, positions, etc., and they can encourage that among the audience, and they can have bot armies encourage that among the audience that they like, that work for them. How do you think you're going to get anything accurate from them? Come on, let's get up to speed, folks. And anything that's going to undermine them, anything that's going to hamper anti-whites working for the federal government, anti-whites working for the ADL, anti-whites working in a basement at Yale, anti-whites working in a basement at Tel Aviv, anti-whites working in a basement in Moscow, well, they're going to discourage anything white positive in the audiences. How about when it comes to the content creators themselves? Well, they share a certain opinion and donations suddenly go through the roof. Really easy for Iran to throw a bunch of money at a content creator. Really easy to make that happen. Really easy for the CIA to operate inside the United States, even though it's not lawful to do so. You share another kind of view, donations shrink. You insert an FBI agent. As you see, they love inserting things. They bend over and insert all day long. They're inserters. Maybe that's what we should call them. Insert agents in the background of content creators, especially the biggest ones. They insert that they make big, and that they then, if they don't make them big, they co-opt them. They insert them in the background and they say, hey, you know what? I think from my contacts, if you are, if you have this position, if you take this view of this or something, then you probably get, they go out and they share that opinion. And when you know it, subscribership goes through the roof. Big donations come in. Car payments are able to go out. That new mortgage is able to get paid. Folks, it's all controllable. The FBI is fucking telling you. How many other content creators are able, organization leaders are able to come to you and say, here's the news. Here's what we're learning from the piece of news. Not only can we take this piece of news and use it to catalyze the dialogic that we use here, not only can we do that, I'm not telling you that for the purpose of this news of just irritating you or shocking you or doom documenting. We don't do that here. Not only do we do that, but we derive other lessons from it that teach us about our world and teach us about our strategy, teach us about the strategies of others and how failed they are. Little Nicky wants to complain about Thomas Rousseau and saying Thomas Rousseau has this organization and Little Nicky doesn't like orgs like that meet in person because they can be infiltrated. So is your audience. So are your handlers, your friends, your Catholic buddies that show up behind the scene. You think they're not working for the FBI? You think they haven't been pressed into service? You think the big donations are coming just because you're such a special little cutie pie, little Nicky? You think that's what it's about? He's every bit as controlled as any organization that meets up out in the streets or meets up in silence somewhere so that none of their neighbors or friends will find out the villainous roles that they play in the anti-white narrative. Just as controlled. What can't you do here? You can't do that here. Well, for one, they're not showing up. Iran isn't going to buy a bunch of bots to show up here. Russia isn't going to buy a bunch of bots to show up here. ADL not going to buy a bunch of bots to show up here as they're buying bots for little Brilyn. What can't they do? They can't control the use of the cure. They can control individuals. They can corrupt them. They can terrorize them. They can exploit them. But they can't control the use and spread of the ideas that liberate us. I figured all this out years ago. How many of you here now? How many apostles are here now to imbibe this and share it with the world? Bespeaks so much of the sickness of the white race. Joshua Jahn, we don't have time to get into him in any depth. Another anti-white. Photos of him are circulating online that potentially demonstrate him being into the furry lifestyle. I mean, I know that all furry lifestyle people are not bad folks. Okay, I know that. Ear is against the door. But kind of not a surprise that people who sexualize cartoon animals are showing up at places to murder folks. Not all of them. Lord knows. Not all of them. But kind of not a surprise. 29-year-old man, open fire, Dallas ICE facility. Handwritten notes. What did he do? What's the gist of this? He wanted to stop. Look at, here's another white, anti-white, just like the one from earlier today, who wants to arrest any pushback against anti-whiteism. And they're willing to murder you for that. Never forget it. And he wanted to do it in a way that would so terrorize others that they would not push back against anti-whiteism anymore. This is what it's all about. This is what it's always been about, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to need a lot of wonderful people to come to the colors of white positivity, white well-being. We're going to need to get these concepts, the 6 key concepts, into the minds of and mouths of as many people as we can. It's the only way to get around the power of money, the power of law, the power of the social morality of the state, it's all figured out. It's all figured out. You don't need to keep looking. You've come home if you're here. You could be a knight of the white table. And with that, I'll be right back. We got big celebrations coming up.
Это без имени продакшн.
We're one people, many countries, it's true. Might have branched off, but we're tied at our roots. So much we went through, I don't want it erased. Every culture will survive, cause it's in our DNA. North to the south, to the east, to the west, man. It's time to start seeing yourself as a firm West man. Need each other now, they come for our identity, which is what we need, so I hope you are feeling me. Let's look into the other side, past all these invisible lines. There's no brother, I am down bad. Still I wish I could give just for you to have. I am not at all nonchalant to your pain, nor am I saying that you are the one to blame. Cause it sounds like some things crooked government would do, but it doesn't sound like our ancestors, me or you. I think we've been betrayed and it's so hard to find the truth, but I know the modern day and what we both need to do. Let's look into the other side, past all these invisible lines. Sister have to cry, and I don't wanna be seen as different across the line. Man, I don't wanna be seen as different across the pond. Look, I know I'm passionate and I'll hold back when I write, but I promise you I'll always put our differences aside. Doesn't matter your religion or what you think about politics, cause I see the big picture and what we need to solve all of this. And I do not care who is gay and who is straight. I mean, we need more West babies, but the fact still remains that we all have been damaged, and I don't want to cause more, so we can rebuild this together. Any weather, no more brother wars.
Anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, we got some major celebration. Get out your raucous emojis. We want to thank first, right off the bat, the great biospirit of the West and the great Franklin. Let me know that you can hear me okay, just by the by. These two gentlemen collecting so many of these victories, not even the complete number, and they do it out of the love of the white race. Big salutes to these, on top of everything else they do. Show them some big love. These two heroes, they have a different set of criteria for finding victories, and we want them to know how much we cherish and appreciate them for all of the hard work that they are doing. God bless the both of these heroes. We're going to give thanks to Ivan, Sour Notes, Hoyt McCoy, Biospirit of the West, and Franklin over there at Donald Trump Jr. stream over there, the Donald Trump Jr. stream, swashing hardcore and getting the dialectics and the concepts into his mouth. And we've communicated by way of that avenue into Donald Trump. We are the ones responsible for getting anti-white into the mouth of Donald Trump, and we will do it again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's celebrate the great Hans. I really got to say that so many of you are coming along to being true knights of the white table, and Hans is right there at the very front. He really demonstrates this every time he gets on the Shade Tree on Twitter. It's an almost daily show. I retweeted, the Godfather retweets it, Hans retweets, all of us retweet it. You can find it as it is live, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, almost every single day. And just yesterday, the miraculous Hans. Everybody should get on their feet for Hans. Big salutes to this hero. He's getting endlessly attacked, accounts getting deleted, one right after the other. He keeps coming back. He keeps rocking it. He has a magnificent grasp. I so deeply appreciate him. A magnificent grasp on the Go Free dialogic, and he applies it rigorously in these spaces. He performed not only admirably, but gloriously in a colossal space yesterday on X, introducing so many new people to the magnificent work that we do here. A space, ladies and gentlemen, that reached over 1,000 viewers. Over 1,000 viewers. Big salutes to the great Hans and everybody who participated in that space, including our good friend I Am Yes, You Are No, who showed up. I showed up. We had a great conversation. It was really epic. You want to check that space out. The space from yesterday. Find it on The Godfather's thread or mine or Biospirit of the West. He was there rocking it out. Really magnificent work here. Big salutes to all of you. I want to celebrate Homeless Bear. I don't have his victory to share right now. I'll have it next week. But Homeless Bear shared a victory, a real world at workplace victory, like you won't even imagine. Like you won't even imagine. It is so stupendous, such a proof of the work that we do here. Changing minds in environments, anti-white obedience training environments. Over the people conducting the training. Oh my God. We'll be back next week with more information. Give it up for Homeless Bear. Just beyond the pale. It's going to be another one of those that we list when we run down the list of some of the biggest victories imaginable. It's one of those level to be excited about. Homeless Bear took it to real world environment. You couldn't do that with anything else. Nothing else. God bless Homeless Bear. Let's celebrate presidential-elect Rachel Merle. Oh, my God. She has come back with a force of a goddess. She is everywhere, all over X, tweeting like it's the end of time, posting magnificent posts. Not only that, but she reached out to Milo Yiannopoulos. Of course, this guy has hundreds of thousands of followers. Somebody else who can bring, by the way, I Am Yes, You Are No, 500,000 followers. This champion bringing to white well-being is bringing Milo another one, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of followers. Rachel with a perfectly worded, she just got right in there and she's like, hey, follow this guy. He said, done. Followed me immediately. Give it up. Not only did she get Milo to follow yours truly, another individual who could potentially magnificently magnify the reach of these concepts that change the world we live in, but also ended up suggesting and getting him to follow the great Biospirit of the West, and I think Anglo-Saxon NWG as well. Oh my God, Rachel. Oh my God. We have women of the West over here in service to white well-being. Well done. I also want to thank two other people come to mind over this past week that have been posting like it's the end of the world. I want to celebrate White Dragon and Ivan Zahababa. Both just out there. God bless you, champions. Give it up for them. At White Dragon, I mean, sometimes I open up and I'll see it's like 10 here, 10 there. The woman is an absolute hero for the West. God bless you. I got to also celebrate, and we're going to celebrate it on when we look at the images. But I got to also celebrate again, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for ye old European. Look what has arrived. The Dutch version of Go Free. This hero, I told you already, he translated the entirety of Go Free. And now it is available in Dutch. It is stunning. It is beautiful. It is available. And we got his name up now on, and we'll see that in the picture we have of it up on the website as the translator. God bless this hero. You know how many lives this will help. This guy did this out of love. Out of love. Everywhere else they've got to get paid. Everywhere else they've got to get. This is what love engenders. People sacrifice for love. People give their talents for love. For the love of people that they care about. God bless you, hero. Want to celebrate the post that I Am Yes, our good friend I Am Yes, You Are No, made about white erasure. Elon Musk gave a like to. Everybody on your feet. For I Am Yes, You Are No. Well done, champion. Well done. Bringing Elon Musk himself, the world's richest man, to give a like to that comment. And we're looking forward. If I Am Yes, You Are No could do it once, he can do it with white erasure. He could do it with anti-whiteism. He could do it with anti-white. He could do it with so much more. Get Elon's eyes and awakening Elon to the reality of what we face here in the West today, which are not people that are bad because of the way they are born, but because of the anti-whiteism in their beliefs and in their deeds. Big salutes. Let's get up on the board right now. These images, we have so many. We've got to share them. Here we begin with the message that only those who can see, only those who can hear will dance to the music. Eric is up first today in Pauline Hanson, legitimate political circles. Anti-whiteism is a growing problem against which many of our politicians are too cowardly to speak up against and speak up for. What's best for us, the founding stock of the country? Pauline is different. 115 likes from the equivalent of basic right-wing people, good, normal white people in this audience. God bless Eric. Give it up for this hero. 115 people liberated and seeding the white magic that will open up our once great country of Australia. Anglo-Saxon and WG swashing over here on our friend I Am Yes, You Are No. Now, this is a little bit of an older one. It wasn't just from this week, but it's important because it's working up to 100,000 people liberated. 1,000 likes. Take a screenshot and read what this champion says, but be on your feet and celebrate the great Anglo-Saxon and WG. Here he is over on Instagram. We are everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. On Instagram, the champion writing anti-whiteism is evil in the audience of political Eliana, I think is how it's pronounced, over 7,000 people in that audience on Instagram being empowered. 35 likes and growing. This time on Raging Europeans, he writes, who else is sick and tired of systemic anti-whiteism? Over 2,000 people empowered. 55 replies going to the Anglo-Saxon. Just keep it going for the hero, the swashbuckling genius. He writes, raise your hand if you're if white erasure is starting to piss you off, same audience, Raging Europeans, 413 people empowered. Still going, almost 1,000 people in the audience of Raging Europeans empowered here, with who else is sick and tired of anti-whites, white erasing our norms. 27 replies, Anglo-Saxon and WG, quadruple 07s, crown emojis, raucous emojis. Let him hear it from wherever you live. 9,213 people, ladies and gentlemen, empowered in the audience of Raging Europeans on Instagram. 62 replies. Anglo-Saxon writes, I'm absolutely fed up with systemic anti-whiteism. Who's with me? We're going to hear, folks. You guys didn't do it. I heard it over on Raging Europeans. Anglo-Saxon and WG did it, bitch. Let's keep it rolling. Anti-Vilification League Down Under as well continues to rock out. This is a comment in response to an Indian, and I just thought it was a great response. The Indian is saying, white erasure? Bro, you're blaming Indians for infertility? Ha ha, that's a very bad statement. We are just coming for your jobs. And an Anti-Vilification League, yes, white erasure. We don't blame you. We blame anti-whiteism. Are you anti-white? That's the way to shut them down. Everybody reading that is going to be empowered. Give it up for Anti-Vilification League, a guy who has been showing some magnificent victories recently, being able to articulate our positions. This is the knights of the white table. Here he is again, working up to 10,000 people empowered at this point. Anti-Vilification League in the audience of Anthony Albanese. Over 100 likes and retweets. What does he write? Stop white erasure, the immorality of our time. Genius level. Raucous emojis, crowns and gems and flowers. He's back, this time in Drew Pavlu. 3,400 plus and climbing. Hong Kong is a shining example of Western colonization and its benefits to the host population. As the audience takes a breather, Western kind can take you to the promised land. God bless him. Anti-Vilification League, swashing morally everywhere he goes, as a good knight would. The Blue Flame, 3,000 people empowered in the audience of Reddit Lies. He says here, quote, I'm not racist. Racist is an anti-white slur. This person suffers from mimetic pathogens and needs help. Sharing this magnificent meme. Ladies and gentlemen, get involved. Get great like the Blue Flame. Here we have Connor. Connor is just, he's tireless. Here he is in the audience of Michael O'Keefe. Empowering. Working on 20,000 people. Hundreds of likes and retweets. The great Connor. On your feet, ladies and gentlemen. It shows how much they, quote, value Ireland. That they view it, they view its documents as a key to the rest of the world. To other white Western countries, that is. And it shows the contempt the government has for us. That it's diluting and cheapening our identity in this way. Another knight lowers the visor, ladies and gentlemen, and goes into the battle of ideas and wins, slaying the opposition. Raucous emojis. You're going to have to really get wild for cool, because he's got a lot to get through. He had one hell of a week. In the audience of Actual Justice Warriors, 300, working on 300 likes from that audience. Anti-white violence is absolutely condemned by the regime, or condoned, by the regime. It absolutely is, brother. Let's keep it going. They're agreeing with that. Here he is in the audience of Hive Mind. This is a one-man superhero. 190, 200 likes and climbing. Take a screenshot of that. We got to keep moving. He has so many magnificent posts this week, magnificent victories. Here he is again on Jeremy Hambley, working on 300 likes in that. It's coming from everywhere, Jason. You guys You guys didn't do anything. It's everywhere. It's just happening magically everywhere. Cool Papa J Magic did it, bitch. Anti-whiteism is the problem. We wouldn't have to deal with the violent and otherwise destructive behavior if our Western standard social norms were being enforced. Brilliantly said. This is a problem in us, guys. We can take our destiny back into our hands. It's not a game. Give it up. Crowns and gems, 400 plus likes and climbing in the audience of Lotus Eaters. Unstoppable hero, swashing in so many different audiences victoriously. We should be protesting anti-whiteism and white erasure. This would be the proper framing. We cannot keep accepting this abuse. Crowns and gems, flowers and trophies for Cool Papa. 2,000 plus people and growing, empowered by Cool Papa, swashing in the audience of Morgan. There's nothing noble about pretending we aren't victimized. We are. It's okay to say it. When you are white guilted from birth, how can you ever expect to reach your full potential in life? How will the job market look for your sons? Anti-whiteism needs to be taken seriously. Crowns and gems, working on 600 people empowered in the audience of Salty Cracker. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone using anti-white slurs like white nationalists, supremacist, fascists, etc., should be barred from holding any seat in our institutions of power, influence. These labels paint a target on our backs and aim to, quote, legitimize, nicely done, anti-white violence. Absolutely unacceptable. Cool Papa, ladies and gentlemen, he ain't done. Over here sharing this beautiful meme in the audience of St. Patrick, directing people back to the source. He says Africa exists with this meme, working on 18,000 people empowered. Thousands of likes, 2,500 likes and counting. My freaking God. Over on Tim Pool, 300 likes, and that guy's like, holy freaking shit. Cool Papa J Magic. White youth are struggling. Nihilism is one of the horrible effects of anti-whiteism. They see no future for themselves, and that is heartbreaking. These people are legitimately the apostles, and they are bringing the lost flocks of the white race back home to our people. Realize that, ladies and gentlemen. This is John the Baptist. These are the apostles, the new apostles of the white race. Take a look at Dallas. We'll hear a little bit of these powers in a moment. Dandy Westman. 1,270 people empowered in the audience of Garbage Human. Tagging Elon Musk, thank you for drawing attention to this hush crime. Epic meme to bring Elon back to the source. Give it up for the dandy, the Westman. Well done, my brother. The great Franklin coming in. 14,000 people empowered in the audience of AOC. Yeah, she didn't think this one through. But that's just anti-whites for you. Anti-whiteism will continue until we call it out by name. Brilliantly written by the great Franklinator. Here he is again. 1,000 people empowered. You seem like an agent working on behalf of the U.S. government. You likely want anti-whiteism to continue. These goofy stunts don't accomplish anything. In the audience of Jake Lang, give up the love for the Franklinator. Ivan Zehabgabul. 3,463 people empowered in the audience of Mr. Obvious. If you were born white, you can never be anti-white enough. Anti-whites despise all out jealousy and envy. Don't want what you do for, doesn't matter what you do for them. So very true by Ivan. Show the man some love. He had another blockbuster week. Over 3,000 empowered in the audience of Women's Safety Initiative. Take a look. Take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, of the great Ivan's work. Raucous emojis. Trophies and flowers for the great Ivan. This is a post of mine that Franklin had shared the great swashing achievements that we had on Charlie Kirk in the past. If there was ever any need for, did you guys do it? Well, you can see this is an old post working up to 9,000 people. God bless everybody who swashed on the late Charlie Kirk, who started using anti-white, anti-whiteism, and more because of us. There it is. There's the great Rochelle Merle. Milo. Done. Show the love to the dear lady. Oh, there you have it right there. Anglo-Saxon and Biospirit. Big salutes. Well done. Tree Godfather. And here's that space I was talking about. 1,034 tuned in. Big victory. And the great Hans was rocking it. And our good friend I Am Yes, You Are No was rocking it. Give up the love for these heroes. Raucous emojis. Crepitant emojis. The blue flame. Back again here on Homath. Sharing the epic meme. Racist is an anti-white slur. A person who isn't anti-white enough. That's all you got to share. Working on 1,400 people empowered in the audience of Homath. TM getting in this week in the audience of James Kirkpatrick. Yes, it's anti-whiteism. I love this meme. Look at the Eindelen up in the corner. No white guilt Adowachi. Working on 1,000 people empowered. Show it. Show the love. Show the crepitant emojis for TM. Well done, my brother. Tree Godfather knocking it out of the park. Here with 4,500 people empowered in the audience of Full Verity. Hundreds of likes, proving that he writes and shares this epic. I love this meme. Stark directing them back. We got a bunch from Tree Godfather. The guy is just a force of nature. Here he is again with a meme that he made, working on 3,500 more people empowered in the audience of Morgan. Show the love. Make the man hear it in his hometown, no matter where you are. Here he is again. 320 people and climbing, ladies and gentlemen. But most importantly, this Peter Lloyd, 125,000 and climbing followers. Tree Godfather Swash is in. Only ending anti-whiteism will stop this. Only becoming a people and acting accordingly will change it. Shares the epic meme, the anti-white moral imperative. And Peter Lloyd jumps in there and says, 100% true. So when he starts using the lexicon, and when his audience is using the lexicon, where did it come from? It came from the Tree Godfather, bitches. Well done, champion. He's back again on 9mm SMG. Figuring it out yet, brother? Epic, beautiful meme. Over 8,000 people in that guy's audience empowered. Working on 1,000 likes. More all over the internet. These are the receipts that change the world. Crepitant emojis for the Tree Godfather, crowns and gems. Anti-white, defined beautifully here. Meme illuminating 1,205 human beings and climbing 100, almost 200 of them giving a like in the audience of Bushra. You're a disgusting anti-white pig who supports the total erasure of whites from our ancestral homeland. That's the only thing that matters about that content creator. God love the Tree Godfather. Make sure he can hear the applause. He is here again in the audience of EXX Alerts, working on 7,000 more people empowered, 300 likes and climbing. Look at the meme, ladies and gentlemen. Another case of anti-white terrorism. Keep it going. Anti-whiteism is based on lies. Simple as 4,000+ and growing, 300+ likes and growing. This time in the audience of our good friend I Am Yes. Look at this. It's unfreaking real. Here he is in the audience of Priti Patel. 2,400 more people empowered, hundreds of likes, disgusting white erasure of our Western civilizational norms, epic meme with the website address. This is how we seed our brothers and sisters with the words, the white magic that manumit them from the anti-white terror. God bless this night of the white table. Here he is in the audience of the general. 13.1 thousand people empowered in that audience, working up to 1,000 likes. Replacement in quotes is a gentle euphemism when it's actually erasure of the white demographic. Big salutes. Way to adroitly handle that misstatement by this hero. 5,000 more people just this week. 342 likes. This time in the audience of White Men Built Everything, she can see from that seat. And this in the audience of Zoomer Online. Big salutes. How many content creators have we been in literally in the past 2 or 3 weeks? 50? Show the love. Unbelievable victories. Oh, take a good look at this. Oh, you're going to love this coming up. I want to celebrate again the great Anglo-Saxon NWG for this heartfelt, magnificent tune as the audience takes another breath. Unsung Hero by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Big salutes to this hero again for this magnificent song. Thank you so much, good brother. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. Big raucous emojis for him. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ye Old European Translator. Oh, let him know he worked hard for a long time. Let him know how much you love and appreciate his love for the white race. God bless you, brother. Biospirit of the West. OT leader getting into the action. How many people? Oh, my Lord. 5,000 people empowered by the OT leader who is already doing hundreds of other things for white well-being. This is in the audience. It was a deleted post. Whoever he posted this under was so defeated, they just deleted their post. Punishing our heroes of the West is a tactic of anti-whites in order to vilify our norms and standards. Infuriating. That boy is a hero in our story. I love this meme. Be the hero in our story, not the villain in theirs. It says it all, doesn't it? Raucous emojis, hundreds and hundreds of likes for Biospirit of the West. Here he is again, ladies and gentlemen. Another working on 1,700 people empowered, hundreds of likes in the audience of libs of TikTok. Take a look at the gorgeous meme. He writes, you have a school board member, Edwin Ferguson, who must be removed from office with cause. We cannot have his anti-white slurs of Charlie Kirk handled as if they were nothing. If he were slandering any other race, you'd already have him removed. We cannot tolerate anti-whiteism in a civil society. Folks, we're doing it. Big personalities, big, popular, famous people are seeing the work we are doing. The ordinary, run-of-the-mill folks in their masses showing up in these different chats are seeing and repeating. It is because of these knights. It is because of these apostles of a new Christianity, a new faith, a new spirituality for the rest, a rewritten version of the Bible, that the world is being bent to our white magic. God bless the Biospirit of the West. Again, epic meme usage right here in the audience of Chatterton Williams. How many people? Another working on a 3,500 empowered here with hundreds of likes. No one is keeping you here. Anti-whiteism is unwelcome in the West. Quadruple 07s. Show the leader of the OT some respect and love. White Dragon coming in here for so many of the tweets, working up to 800 likes for the Great White Dragon here, saying this, in quotes here, are supposed to take away our means as Germans to exercise our right to self-defense so that anti-Germans and anti-whites can rape us and so on without danger. And the anti-white policy, of course, police only enforce laws or the like against the natives, the white people of Germany. Big salutes to our sister, a woman of the West, White Dragon. Get her some flowers and trophies. We did this, folks. We did it. We have receipts. No one can ever take it away from us. Now, I want you to get ready to I just wanted to share a tiny sample of the great Dallas Malloy's talents that she is bringing to bear for white well-being. Praise the sister. And then we're going to get into something you won't even believe. Tyrus on Fox News, directly because of us making our arguments exactly as I predicted for decades, ladies and gentlemen, that moral non-whites would stand up with us and oppose anti-whiteism. Tyrus proved it on Gutfeld just a couple of nights ago. I expect my phone to be ringing, but first we give you the talents, one of the many talents of Dallas Malloy. Give it up for the great Dallas, ladies and gentlemen. And now get ready. Get ready to get on your feet bigger than you've gotten on your feet. We just had last week. We just had Gavin McInnes repeat 2 arguments word for word right out of this community, ladies and gentlemen. Hugely popular and well-known and famous. Tyrus on Fox every single night. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we did this. Listen to the question by Greg Gutfeld at the start.
Kat, I'm trying to figure out how do you get the left to listen to us, to say like, okay, can you please stop doing this? Tyrus, what say you? Let's be petty.
All right, short stuff. Let's be petty. I think the problem is that the ideology, the blanket, the camouflage. I think what the right has to do is they start having to attach who these people are to them directly. Mm-hmm. So you're not saying all the left is racist, but when someone like Joy Reid, you say anti-white black supremacist Joy Reid was on the news today. You know, anti-white men AOC was on the news today. Pro-shooter such and such was on the news today. I think when you start attaching the deeds to the individual, mm-hmm. that's the chance for the group to be like, well, no, I'm not anti-white. What are you talking about? That's who you support. Well, I'm not anti-white. But right now, it's the right doesn't really do anything. Mm-hmm. They just say,
Hear that again, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly as I've been articulating, and he himself as a non-white person, exactly as I predicted they would pick it up.
The news today, pro-shooter such and such was on the news today. I think when you start attaching the deeds to the individual, mm-hmm. that's the chance for the group to be like, well, no, I'm not anti-white. What are you talking about? That's who you support. Well,
oh my God, decades of this, ladies and gentlemen. And I am effectively now on Fox News. I am effectively on their platforms that they would never allow me on. They have to defend themselves and say they're not anti-white. I've been telling everybody for decades. We did it.
I'm not anti-white. But right now, it's the right doesn't really do anything. Mm-hmm. They just say, oh, don't say that. But we need to start saying like, oh, this, that, and other. Also, you need to say things like, I will not. Anti-white black supremacist Joy Reid made these comments about such. We will not be airing that because we don't support that kind of talk on our shows. That's what needs to happen. You have to take a stand and look at the person directly, which they won't do because they want to blanket everything. That's why you say Hitler is what liars do. That's what narcissists do. Whenever you call them out on something, there's always a reason for it. And like, well, why are you supporting this? Well, because the right did this. Not like, well, you know what? I overthought things and my bad. That's what an adult does. So we have to be the adult in the room and start calling out the individuals, because as the list gets longer, the credibility goes away. And people will stop wanting to be like that person, because there is no public shaming, because they're
Shaming them for being anti-white.
covered behind that left thing. We have to start calling them out, just like
They're covered behind the left label. They're just leftists. They're just wokies. He's saying your express argument. Call them out as anti-white.
I can't stand it when I was growing up and they're like, all black young men will steal, and it was like, no, say Tyrone did that. Don't put it on me.
Yeah.
Like I didn't do it.
So are all black men named Tyrone?
You could be.
The other thing, Dev.
Folks, it's unbelievable, the victory here today, and we'll be right back. Oh my God. Oh my God. I explicitly articulated exactly how this would work. Explicitly over the years. I expressly said A to B to C. They would never have me, but I can be on Fox. They would never have me on the Charlie Kirk Show, but I can be on the Charlie Kirk Show. We can be in the words they use. They all said it could never be done. They all said there's a meeting, a big conference coming up in October. And they're going to have all of these new ideas, all these ideas that they're talking about, but not this one. Not this one, the one that works. Holy freaking shit. Holy freaking shit that we did this. Exactly the way it was supposed to work. Right. This should buoy you for months. This should buoy you for months. This will work like this. We do this and it will do that. And then it does that. No one else anywhere has articulated anything like that. No one else anywhere has anything working like that. I don't give a shit. There are people in the white sympathetic sphere they come to me. They come to me and they're like, well, Jason, you have to be, you all are having all of these successes. It's working. But, these guys are trying too. So you got to be sympathetic to them. Sympathetic to them. I've been sympathetic to them for decades. Bro, I've been sympathetic to them for decades. I don't care anymore. They have blocked me out for decades. They silence us here, killing us with silence. Slandering us here. No one else did this. No one else has gotten anywhere close. Mark Collett wants to debate. Debate that, bitch. Debate that, motherfucker. Give me a break. The exact things that we said we could do, we would do, we did do. You have these losers showing up from these other avenues, these other ideologies, these other vehicles, and they show up and they're like, "Oh, there's been a change in a conversation somewhere that they did not say they were going to do. They were not using those words. They were not articulating those arguments that show up, and then they say, but by some way that we can't describe, we have moved this window." That's just an abstraction. We've moved so much. They've done shit. They haven't done anything. We are the only people. Man, let that cause church bells to ring. Let that be evidence that God himself endorses the work we are doing here. And he is intentionally keeping this community for now at this level of participation so that we are hardened from being ignored. So that when the time comes, when they finally start looking this direction, we can't be swayed by their sudden interest. You think I'm going to give a shit when they suddenly turn around and they're like, audience starts showing up and they're like, oh, will you come and speak at the conference? I'm going to say, F you. My God. Holy shit. This Tyrus would have never, he is the exact guy that I've been articulating. Moral, non-white people will join us against anti-whiteism if you oppose anti-whiteism with the Go Free dialogic. No, can't be done. We can only make them allies as nationalists of their own race to oppose Jews. Go to hell. And now I've done it. I've done it again and again and again, and this is huge. We just had last week with Gavin McInnes make 2 arguments right out of my mouth. The following week, we had Tyrus on Fox making the exact argument out of my mouth. And it's because of our work here. This is unreal. Y'all ever seen a miracle? Well, you have now. You have now. Y'all ever seen a miracle? You have now. Let's keep the celebration going. Let the world freaking know it. We don't have the GOP suddenly flying around in Learjets and providing giant audiences and praise and appearances on Newsmax, Fox News, Huckabee, and how many other shows the little Brilyn Hollyhand has appeared on. We don't have any of that. We don't have anybody in the background, national actors or agencies of the United States, buoying our audience when we say things that they want us to say. No, we have none of that. We have done that with the white man's genius. The white race needed apostles to come forward. And here we are. Big salutes to every single one of you. Big salutes. Everybody in this community has contributed masterfully, magnificently to the work that we've done. We are the reason why all of us just appeared on Fox News. We are the reason why all of us just appeared in the interviews of Gavin McInnes. We are the reason. And folks, it's not going to be long before Elon Musk himself is using these words, using these arguments, these dialectics. It's not going to be long. God dang, that is unreal. That is unfreaking real. That is unreal. Imagine saying, like, put yourself in my shoes. Imagine saying that, okay, A, B, this is how it's going to work. A, B, C, D, E, F, and this is how on each step of the way. And everybody tells you no. A lot of them laugh at you. Many of them block you out. They don't want to hear what you have to say. Don't let him speak at the guy. No, don't let him speak at the guy. Don't let him speak. No interviews for him or nothing. And then all of your plan comes to fruition. Imagine that. It's like surreal. Let's celebrate. We got to keep the celebrations going for the financial gifters right here. I do want to read, though, before the great Anglo-Saxon NWG wrote this epic testimonial as we are here celebrating Tyrus. I thanked him privately for that wonderful, heartfelt song, Unsung Hero. And boy, is that true? Is that true today? The great Anglo-Saxon NWG wrote this testimonial back to me. Brother, I raise a heartfelt salute to you for everything you've done. You've truly changed my life in ways I never thought possible. Through Go Free, you've given us a path out of this anti-white dystopia, strengthening my mind and in turn my body, for which I am eternally grateful. We're going to recapture our destiny, and when that sweet victory comes, Jason Kuna's name will echo through generations as the spark that lit our way forward. God bless you, Anglo-Saxon NWG, as will yours. The fire of this righteous love for white well-being now burns in the hearts of so many of us, a commitment that testimonials like that weld into place for eternity magnificently. He didn't just do all that he's done with everything else. And then today, the tweeting from this, swashing this past week, and the song that he created, but then a testimonial to end testimonials. And is he right that he's certain that we're going to recapture our destiny? What did you just see on Fox News? God dang. This doesn't exist anywhere else. Unbelievable. Well done, team. Let's keep it going for Anonymous. Financially gifting $25. Anonymous financially gifting $25. Glorious. Oh my God. 25. You want to debate me? Who are you across? You want to debate? Debate that. Debate Fox News. Debate Gavin McInnes. You want to debate whether or not this works? Yeah, you're going to have to debate all these victories, bitch. Debate on what's the right path to go. Have you ever influenced famous people to speak with your words? The president of the United States, Tyrus on Fox News. I mean, it's just growing and growing because of the work of this community. Debate that, motherfucker. Debate that. Big salutes to Anonymous. God bless you, champion. Let's head over to Entropy. And we got to celebrate the great dude, the great bro, the great moment. Financially gifted on Wednesday, and we missed it. It was late. $50 to White Well-Being on Wednesday. And he writes, as he always does, for White Well-Being. Well, he's back again today. Another champion witnessing and part and parcel of the great victories here as we all are witnessing everything coming to fruition exactly as we planned. Another $50 in service to White Well-Being, bringing a total to $100 today by the great Dude Bro Moment on the Dude Bro Moment platform. 007s and raucous emojis for the dude. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. Also over here, the great Hyperborean Dream. Ladies and gentlemen, keep those emojis going for the Hyperborean Dream. $25 for White Well-Being. He writes, for White Well-Being around the globe. Amen. God bless you, Hyperborean Dream. Keep it going for another $25, ladies and gentlemen, by the Sandwich King. God bless the sandwich. $25. And he writes with those glorious saving the white race dollars. Great show as always. God bless you, champion. Great to see you here, buoying our spirits, swiveling over here. Keep the raucous emojis going for Corey. Loving this guy. Swashing in so many different ways. A champion of the West. $50 though this time. $50. A true champion. A true hero. The names of these people will forever be carved in the hearts of ours. Knights of the White Table can't be stopped, is what he wrote with the $50. Big salutes to you, sir. Knights of the White Table can't be stopped. Lead us to victory, writes the great First Last, with a generous princely sum of gift $100. Unstoppable force of nature. Another $100 from this hero, First Last. Great to see you, champion. And you were here even at the beginning of the gathering. Wonderful. Let me swivel around to see if we have any others to celebrate before we go back and we get all of the gifts and your comments. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. Over here on Premium Rumble, we have Hoyt McCoy. $35 financial gift. Thank you so much, good sir. $35. Thank you. He writes with these $35. 007s. Raucous emojis for Hoyt. Thank you, Jason, for loving Western kind. And we do not claim Brilyn Hollyhand as Alabamian. Yes, he is not. LOL, he tags on. No, he's clearly not from Alabama. Thank you, good sir. Wow, I am losing my voice. This is insane. The victories. Holy hell. All right, let me see if I missed any others. Then I'll come back to the tags. I think that's every celebration. We have Yiz the Unifier in for $5 today. Thank you so much. She says, weekly folk tithe and white well-being. Thank you so much. We also have Well Done here. $5. God bless you, Weldon. $5. God bless all pro-white people. Thank you so much, because God bless you. Big salutes. Let me check Subscribe Star. Nope, we didn't miss any there. All right, we'll get back into business. We have mail in the mailbag. Let's keep that celebration going. $20, 007s to 007s. Get this man some trophies for Randy. God bless you, Randy. He says everything. He is like the moon. He is back. He comes. There's nothing stopping him. He keeps showing up gloriously in the Thumbological mailbag. Randy, $20 celebration for this hero to white well-being. God, what do you think, Randy? Can you believe we just had, on top of all those victories last week, all these victories this week, and literally Tyrus's arguments on Fox News right out of our mouths. Unreal. One more piece of mail. Let's take a look at that and let's celebrate it as we see what it says, ladies and gentlemen, because this sister of the West, woman of the West, anonymous, she goes by, financially gifted $100. $100 along with a beautiful card. Beautiful card. Anonymous writes with $100. Big, come on. Let's get her some flowers and some trophies. Hello, Jason. I have a longtime friend who is Jewish. He raised his children as Christian and considers himself a Christian. He also considers himself white. He points out that there are 3 races. Everyone falls into one of these groups. I don't have the heart to pressure him. As a white, positive, aware person, I've already lost friends who have distanced themselves from me and family, who treat me with caution. Regardless, white babies must be saved. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for all that you do. And you don't have to press him on him being not white. You don't have to press him on that. The only thing that matters is he anti-white or does he object to anti-whiteism? The evidence that Jews, of course, are a people and not a religion, not part of the white race, is that they remain Jews even if they practice Christianity by their own words. So you can't be both. But white people can't be Jews as well as white because they're interchangeable. Doesn't work that way. But you don't have to press him on it. The only thing that matters is whether or not he's anti-white. So that's one of the beauty, one of the many elements of beauty in the Go Free dialogic. What we really need is for him to be oppositional to anti-whiteism. So keep yourself safe. Don't make life harder on yourself. We need our advocates to have firm foundations. And that has to be achieved often by various means so that we can advocate, so that we can do things like this, so that we can get our words into the mouths of celebrities on television. So, no, don't make life any harder on yourself. Keep being an ardent advocate for white well-being so we can keep seeing this happen. Well done. God bless you. Oh, my God. My voice. We have one announcement. I just wanted to ask again for everybody to give an additional prayer for Mrs. Jess Horst, who continues to undergo her treatment. Obviously, it's enduring the treatment is worse and worse with time. So let's send her some more prayer, some more positive energy to buoy her as things get more challenging, and to be with the hands of the physicians, the oncologists, the doctors who are tending to her so that they prescribe, carry out those prescriptions and recommendations perfectly so that she can return to her family, herself, and then to us, a completely healed champion woman of the West, to begin advocating again. I deeply appreciate it. All right, let's see. Tag me as no why guilt on any of these platforms. Oh, keep a celebration going. Celebrate the great Dallas. Dallas Malloy. Financially gifting $18 over here on Premium Rumble. Thank you so much, sister. She says, for our people. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Big salutes. Big salutes to the great Dallas. What a wonderful sentiment. Can you believe it, Dallas? Can you believe that this is all working exactly to plan? Against all, it's obviously God's involved. It's like I've said, God doesn't do anything for you. But when you fight for his creation, and we are his creation, and therefore it is moral and good and just to defend ourselves. When you fight for that, and he sees it, he knows it every day in the smallest of ways, and you need to get over that little hump, that's what he'll do. Because then you warrant any assistance. Thank you all so much. Wow. What a celebration. What a day. What a day. We got to get into the lesson of the day. But tag me as no white guilt with our time left. I want to see what your comments are. I'm over here and looking on the live chat. We got a reposted the stream. Thank you for that. Deeply appreciate it. We have Energy of the Universe talking about the naturalization laws of 1790. And yet they clearly were, founding fathers clearly created the country for white people. Yeah, there's no denying that. You look into the Constitution, you look into the first, look into the naturalization, you look into the Supreme Court justice findings, all the way up into the 1920s. All right. Another repost of the stream. Thank you for that. Plotkin. All right. Tag me as no white guilt. What do we want to talk about today in the Go Free lesson? White scapegoating, which I believe First Last gave us. And this is for white actors playing what in your lived experience or in the actual event in history is someone who's non-white. So what is a really salient way that we see white scapegoating? You see it in the home security commercials, where they give you the reverse. They show you always a white criminal. We know there are white criminals. We accept that. But what's our lived experience? What's the actual data? What is the anti-white narrative? The inverse. The villain is going to be white. The criminal, the rapist, is going to be white. In all of these home security and auto theft, over the years, I've seen hundreds and hundreds of iterations of the same thing. That's white scapegoating. They're scapegoating white people for the villainy. That's a easy example to remember the use of that meme curative. And tag me if you want to tack on to what I'm sharing relative to these meme curatives. All of these three that we're sharing here are newer relative to so many in the practice. And then another one that's actually also newer, Cui Dolet. We'll get to that in a minute. Keeping an eye out for tags for @ symbol, no white guilt. And what is white pixelating? What is white pixelating? This is another meme curative we use when we're talking about so many of the stories. You know, you could think about using white scapegoating. You think about using white pixelating. Well, that is when they take a photograph of, it might be the arrest photo, the booking photo. It could be photos from the individual's, a villain's past, and they then lighten the villain to make him look white or nearly white or half white. White pixelating. Again, why do they do this? If you share these meme curatives, we talked yesterday about the unspoken premises in these arguments. When someone hears you say that they are white pixelating in the media, communicated with that idea, though not said, is that the people who are posting these images in the media are anti-white. Why else would they do it? So do you see the power of the concepts you use to create the story we live in, the lens by which we view events in the world? White labeling very often accompanies white pixelating. White labeling, you see all the time. You see so many times. We got memes about it. Other people got memes about it, where it'll be like for years, even before the internet, for years and years, they would send out the newspapers that you would get in lieu of the internet to come, the top, like FBI's top 10, the color of crime report. We all have seen. And you look at the pictures and they're all non-white, but almost everyone is listed, categorized as a white person. One of the most interesting pieces of data, and look into this for yourself, all of this, look into it for yourself, because it's all just, of course, my opinion, is that Hispanics, when they harm other non-white people, are categorized as white. Make sure that that's accurate, what I'm saying. When they are victimized, even by other non-white people, they're categorized as non-white. So you only can begin to imagine what that does to the data. And again, making data completely, if data wasn't useless already, it's significantly useless. So labeling non-white villains as white. So now you can imagine sitting in your living room or sitting in your cubicle or standing around the lathe. Maybe you're out on the job site and you're talking about things going on in the world. And then you have the opportunity to share white scapegoating, white pixelating, white labeling. There could be a conversation about an event, an historical event. I shared one with you many years ago about a bar. This is a true story. And this was portrayed on television, the white scapegoating version. I looked it up and I shared right here live on stream. There was a bar, I believe it was New York, and who was murdered? The bartender was murdered. There was a parrot there, and somehow, maybe it'll come back to me, somehow the parrot ended up revealing who the murderer was. And I'll have to think it wasn't the pair. It wasn't saying his name. It's something like really obvious, like it would be a Joker. This is real. And the detective, who the police force had almost completely given up on how they were going to find the murderer, ended up arresting the guy who was indeed the murderer in the television depiction of the event. The murderer was a white guy. In the actual event, it was a black guy who murdered the barkeep. So that's an example. You could be sharing that. You could have seen that. You could share that. Hey, that's white scapegoating. Imagine how your family or friends, etc., would take it. The white pixelating. You're going to have another criminal, another murderer soon that's non-white, another rapist, and the picture will come out and you'll be able to see, hey, here's his real picture. Here's the picture that CNN or MSNBC or whatever is sharing. You'll be able to introduce the topic. Hey, this is white pixelating. What is another unspoken argument there? That we as white people are being targeted. Does that benefit your audience, your white audience? Of course. Of course it benefits them to think about us being attacked as a people. They belong to a people that's attacked. They can't escape their membership. You can even throw in that you can never be anti-white enough if you're white. And then they begin, without even realizing it, thinking about themselves as members of a people. You do the same thing with the white labeling. Very easy to go find on the internet. You can show on your phone. Hey, look at this. They say this guy's white. And they'll look and they'll say, he ain't white. That's a black mestizo Jamaican. Yeah, that's actually called white labeling. You tell the guy at work. That's actually called white labeling. You heard of that before? Yeah, they do that all the time. Who are they? The anti-whites. Who are they against? They're against us. They want to demonize us as a people. The power of the meme curatives, the magic of these concepts. Finally, Cui Bono, Cui Dolet. Who benefits? Forever in the white sympathetic sphere, you have people who are actually educated or who want to feign education and intelligence, and they love to break out lots of Latin. They think that really proves how bright they are during their baffle-gabbing sessions. It's more pabulum. But the question of who benefits has always never been enough, because that's always arguable. Who benefits? They deliver it, though, like it is a mic-dropping moment. You have to say, Cui Bono. Who benefits? And you can see that these people benefit. And I remember in these, like with, what was that guy, Thomas? His name will come back to me. From Eastern Europe. He used to love doing this back in the day. And I would agree with him on who he was saying benefits. But I, at the same time, thought to myself, that's insufficient. It's not giving us the victims. It's putting the focus in the wrong place. If we're not talking about ourselves and our focus on us, we can't make a people out of ourselves. So that's ineffective. But it's also ineffective, and I look at the time, we're running out of time, so I won't touch all of the different ways that it's ineffective. But the way that is very important here is that I could make arguments on the spot for others who could be beneficiaries of whatever he was talking about. Does anybody know his name, the guy I'm thinking about? Is he from, not Estonia, Tomislav Sunik. My God. Came back. Yeah, I don't think that the Jason guy's actually been involved. Tomislav Sunik. He's not a bad guy, but he always thought he was delivering a great point. And he just comes to my mind as these people who just, Cui Bono. Tomislav Sunik. So, I remember one. Well, I can't tell you about it. He might have been being followed by who knows whose secret service at one point. But anyhow, nevertheless, he would love this. And I said, hey, we could argue a lot of different. I could make convincing arguments that this group over here and that, and maybe if I even couldn't make a convincing enough argument that some other group was benefiting more, I could make an argument that they were at least benefiting enough to effectuate or to participate in whatever event that achieved the outcome. Follow me? So I said the superior position is who is harmed. Now, I was drowned in these people, and so I never tried to put it to Latin until you and I were together. I would articulate this and this experience of mine over the years and say the correct focus is on who's harmed, because it doesn't matter. All of this other is arguable, but what's not arguable is that we are the ones being harmed, and that's the only beneficial question to ask. Who is harmed? And so finally, one day, maybe you were present on that gathering. If you all recall, I said, we should put it to Latin too. What is the Latin for who is harmed? And there were some recommendations, and I ended up going with Cui Dolet, although there were some people who said, no, it can be more accurately said or perfectly said with this longer phrase. But clearly, being able to juxtaposition Cui Dolet to Cui Bono mirrors, and it works more easily. So put it to memory, Cui Dolet, who is harmed. Your translation into English is, or whatever other language, Western language you speak, will suffice. Just say Cui Dolet, who's harmed. It means who is harmed in whatever language you speak. And you will simplify, ennoble, and the argument, and be articulating a healthful, beneficial argument instead of a detrimental argument to our peoplehood. As you imagine, in so many of these circles, when you argue Cui Bono, what they're really saying is, how can we blame the Jews? Are the Jews going to benefit? I had some times when I got really frustrated, and I was like, they benefit from oxygen. They benefit from water, too. I mean, come on. But then they were like, you'll never be allowed to speak. You don't know what you're talking about. So there you have it. Remember, Cui Dolet is the answer to Cui Bono. White labeling, white pixelating, and white scapegoating. Magnificent MCs to use in your life. And I'll take a quick look at what you're all doing while we will listen to a very quick and fun Ivan.
Captain Flower, a plan with magical powers, and how white cowards get savagely devoured. Captain Flower, you better watch your back when you shower. He's at the foot of your bed, you won't last another hour. Captain Flower, hurrah, plant leaves, no roots run deep. He's creeping down the chimneys while anti-white sleep. Strength divines coil around, razor sharp cutlasses, swashbuckles slick as soil, cutting down all the buttresses. Big yellow flower with a nightmarish face, he hunts and needs the cretins that despise the white race. Go free lexicon, assaulting their ears, he conjures their darkest fears, his roots water with their tears. Captain Flower, a plan with magical powers, and how white cowards get savagely devoured.
If you haven't noticed, this is dedicated to Biospirit of the West and his avatar, the big, beautiful flower.
Captain Flower, you better watch your back when you shower. He's at the foot of your bed, you won't last another hour. Captain Flower. Honey tendrils, petal shock, paralyzing photosynthesis. Captain Flower's a legend among white positive dissidents. He does the yo-ho-ho with his swashbuckling crew. Pirate ship covered in pollen, what the fuck you gonna do? Blending in during the day, drinking from the puddles, exposing anti-white villains with his bellicose bottles. Every night, anti-white swine tremble at his shadow. He breaks their minds with his light and turns their bodies into talent. Flower, a plan with magical powers, anti-white cowards get savagely devoured. Captain Flower, you better watch your back when you shower. He's at the foot of your bed, you won't last another hour. Captain Flower. till empty whites rot in jail. Begonias to the hell, rhododendrons rise. The law of nature itself turns against the acting white. For white well-being, Captain Flower hunts and fights. Julius Malema lives paralyzed in fright. Bodies broken, minds shattered, anti-fos become scattered. A rags of disappearances and Black Lives Matter. The white kids love him and thank him for his service. But when he flails his lines, everybody gets nervous. A heroic organism, a bright future he dreams. Captain Flower's the leader of the outreach team. Captain Flower, fire spirit of the West. Captain Flower, fire spirit of the West. Captain Flower, fire spirit of the West. Until the western sunrise, Captain Flower never rests. Captain Flower.
All right. We got to jump in while it plays. We have Henry saying the story of the white race will go down as one of the most epic redemption arcs in all of history in the world. So true, brother. Henry, I think I spoke to your question, and I believe I had it right a little earlier. If I didn't get it right, please let me know next time you're here. We're together, and tag me again. I want to make sure I get it. Checking for tags. Give it up in some applause for the great Ivan. That was a great song. Buzzard of the West absolutely deserves that. He's at the foot of your bed. Nancy Drew. Along the same lines, occasionally in nonfiction movies, they will use a black actor as the hero when in the real life story, the hero was a white person. Precisely. Absolutely. Yep, we see that often as well. Very well stated. Thank you for mentioning that, because that should not go without saying. The great Dallas over here tagging me says Tyrus using anti-white is huge, even though we're seeing terrible events. We are also seeing these massive victories every week. I sense vindication coming unlike anything we could have imagined. I'll pause it right there. Everybody remember what I said about this decade. This big salute and thank you to Robert, $10 financial gift in here late in the gathering for white well-being. Thank you, good brother. Switching back over here to Dallas as we're running out of time for this glorious gathering, and I will be back on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I will likely be in audience, if not speaking, on the Shade Tree, 2 p.m. almost every single day. Back to Dallas. She says, as long as we keep going, we cannot fail. And though these hardships, we are all being, and through these hardships, we are all being refined and sharpened so that when the recapture of our destiny fully occurs, we will be fully prepared and will be, to add to that, fully deserving. Thank you for playing my piano clip. God bless you, Jason. All my love and support. King of the West. God bless every single one of you. Apostles of a new era, the white race, recapturing our destiny. It has to start somewhere. It starts small. And we are changing the world even at this size. The future is ours. It's a white positive future, ladies and gentlemen. They'll eventually come to recognize, just as Dallas was noting right here, we'll be the ones to go down in our children's narratives, their fairy tales, their legends, our history books. I love y'all. Let's go free.